Hey friends, before we dive into tonight's story, did you know that nearly 80% of the people who watch these videos aren't subscribed? If you're enjoying this kind of content, consider hitting the subscribe button. It really helps a lot, and it keeps these long stories going. Also, I'd love to hear from you. What time is it right now where you are, and which city are you listening from tonight? And if these stories help you sleep, feel free to tap the thanks button to support the channel. It truly means a lot. All right, let's get into it. I climbed out of the cruiser into the chill just after midnight, the wind cutting through my jacket like a knife. Route 67 lay quiet and empty, nothing but the skeletal remains of cornstalks on either side, bending and snapping in the gusts. My breath fogged in the beam of my flashlight as I clicked it on, the yellow glow illuminating the cracked asphalt and the mile marker reading 142. No radio traffic, no cell signal. Just me, alone, and the scent of damp earth drifting from the fields. I paused at the edge of the road, hands on my hips, listening. The cruiser's engine idled behind me, its hum a distant comfort. Then came the soft creak of wood, floorboards shifting under weight I couldn't see. My heart kicked. I flicked the light off the road and onto the abandoned farmhouse set back 30 yards, its white paint peeling in broad strips. The front porch sagged. One window on the side glowed faintly. The rest were dark voids. The place had been empty for years, locals said, but tonight it wasn't silent. I closed the door of my cruiser and walked up the gravel driveway, each step crunching loud in the empty night. My hand hovered near my holstered pistol, training my senses on every sound. The distant bark of a dog, the scuttle of a rat in the underbrush, the whistle of wind through broken shutters. I came to the porch and paused beneath the single porch light, its bulb flickering in protest. The boards creaked under my weight. I tapped the doorframe with my knuckles. "Sheriff's office," I said, voice low, professional. "Deputy Harris, anyone home?" Silence replied. I nudged the door. It swung inward on rusty hinges. I stepped inside, flashlight in one hand, radio mic clipped to my shoulder. The beam cut through dusty air to reveal a living room frozen in decay. A threadbare sofa, wallpaper curling in damp corners, an old rotary phone off the hook. I swallowed. "Dispatch, I'm clearing the cruiser to investigate a possible monitor alert at this address. Over." Static, then nothing. I cursed under my breath. Of course, no one answered. Typical dead zone. I stepped further in. The floorboards groaned beneath me. Every breath echoed. My light swept over a battered coffee table, scratched wood, a scattering of broken picture frames. Faces blurred by time. I moved to one frame and knelt. The glass was cracked. Inside, a faded photograph of a little girl on a swing. I looked up. The hallway stretched away, darker than the rest, swallowing the beam. I felt that familiar tightening in my chest, anxiety crawling up my spine. My radio crackled again. "Harris? Dispatch." I jabbed the button. "Go ahead. You good?" "You've been quiet for a while." I forced a chuckle. "Just routine, no sign of life. I'm checking the back rooms." "Copy. Keep me posted." I flicked the mic off and rose. The beam bobbed as I advanced down the hallway. Doors on either side, bedrooms, I figured. Some ajar, some closed. The air smelled stale, like sweat and mold. I pushed open the first door on the right. A child's nursery, crib slats chipped, mobile hanging broken, mattress stained. I shone the light under the crib. Nothing. I stepped back. Each room felt familiar, yet wrong, as if I'd been here before, though I hadn't. The floor plan shifted. I opened one door expecting another bedroom. Instead, I found a small parlor with a single rocking chair facing the window. The chair moved slowly. Creak. Pause. Creak. I froze. No breeze stirred. I cleared my throat. "Ma'am?" The chair stilled. I stepped closer. The cushion bore the imprint of someone recently seated, but no one was there. I swallowed hard, heart pounding. I stepped back into the hallway. My boots clicked. The hallway seemed longer, narrower. A door at the end sealed shut. Paint dried in the seams. I frowned, approached, pressed my shoulder. It didn't budge. My gloved hand forced it open. Behind it, an attic hatch. Insulation piled on the floor. A lone bulb hanging from a string. I flicked the flashlight upward. Darkness above. I climbed the narrow stairs, each step moaning under weight. At the top, the bulb swung, casting dancing shadows. The beam revealed old trunk, yellowed newspapers, nothing more. I crossed the attic on creaking floorboards. The only sound my breathing in my ears. I felt watched. I swung the light around, corners swallowed in shadow. Then I heard it. A soft scuffle behind me. I spun, light sweeping the floor. Nothing. My pulse thundered. I forced calm. It was an old house. Settling noises. I stepped backward toward the hatch and froze. At the bottom stood a woman on her hands and knees, hair matted, eyes locked on mine. She yelled a single name. "Camille!" Voice hoarse, desperate. She didn't move toward me, just watched, rocking slightly. I swallowed. "Ma'am," I said, voice steadier than I felt. "You need to stand up." She only repeated Camille's name. No recognition, just that wild gaze. I clicked the radio. Dispatch, possible subject, no, civilian. Female, middle-aged, disoriented. I need backup. The radio crackled. "Copy. Units 10 minutes out." I exhaled. The woman rose slowly, her joints cracked. She turned and crawled toward the far wall, then vanished into shadow, slid away like smoke. My stomach dropped. I advanced, flashlight sweeping, but the hallway beyond had changed. Doors where none were before, corners bending. I stepped through one doorway and emerged in the living room again, the one I started in. The sofa, the phone, the broken pictures. I checked my watch. 20 minutes had passed since I arrived. It felt like hours. I shook my head, heart racing. I needed to find Camille's monitor, proof of the alert. I scanned the floor. There, under the sofa, lay the ankle monitor. Dull metal strap coated in dust. I picked it up, thumb brushing the serial plate. Camille Sterling. Absconded 2 nights ago. I slipped it into my jacket pocket. The house groaned, as if relieved. I moved back toward the hallway, but the door I came through was gone. Instead, a narrow arch led into another corridor, darker, colder. My breath fogged again. I clicked on the radio. "Dispatch, I've got the monitor." Subject absent. "I'm exiting now." No response. I stepped into the corridor. The walls pressed in. My flashlight trembled in my hand. I heard distant whispers, indistinct, like the wind through cracks. I forced myself forward. Every step echoed. The corridor opened into a small room, a makeshift bedroom. A single bed, blankets folded neatly. On the pillow, a muddy sneaker, Camille's sneaker from her booking photo. My heart froze. I stepped closer. The sneaker's laces were tied in a perfect knot. I reached out, and the bedsheet twitched beneath it. I jerked back. The door slammed behind me. Darkness swallowed the beam. I fumbled for my radio. "Dispatch! Backup! Now!" Silence. My breathing thundered. Then a soft singing. Child's lullaby, warped, coming from the attic above. I swallowed. My boots felt heavy. I forced myself to climb the stairs again, each step a battle. The lullaby grew louder, tinny, broken. At the top, the attic was empty. The bulb flickered. Shadows danced. The song stopped. In the beam's center lay the muddy sneaker. I dropped to my knees. The sneaker twitched. I scrambled backward. The attic hatch slammed shut above me. Pitch black. My radio light blinked. Dead battery. I pounded on the hatch. Nothing. I slid down the wall, chest heaving. I pressed my ear to the wood. A silence, then a faint scuttle below. The woman's whisper, "Stay." My heart nearly stopped. I backed away, fumbling in the dark. The hatch lifted slightly, just enough for a sliver of moonlight. I climbed through, hands shaking, dropped to the floor. The front door stood open. I didn't hesitate. I ran across the porch, dove into the cruiser, slammed the door. The engine roared to life. I peeled away, tires spitting gravel. Behind me, the farmhouse sat silent. The porch light winked off. The monitor clicked in my pocket. I glanced in the mirror. My face was pale, eyes wide. I whispered, "We're clear." My voice trembled. Dispatch crackled. "Harris, you still there?" I swallowed. "Yeah, I'm clear. Subject not in custody. End of shift." I hung up. I drive past that house on every patrol now. I never stop. Sometimes I think I see movement in the window. Sometimes I hear that lullaby on the wind, and I wonder, was it real or just the fatigue of the graveyard shift? Because it felt like something more. Something that still waits inside those walls, calling Camille's name, and maybe mine. I slid out of the cruiser and closed the door softly, careful not to wake the engine's low rumble. The wind off the fields was sharp, like a blade, cutting through the thin fabric of my uniform jacket. I pulled the collar up and clicked on my flashlight. The beam splashed over cracked asphalt and the cornstalks bowed away, their dried leaves rattling in the gusts. Mile marker 142 glowed in reflective paint. Route 67 was empty, radio silent, no bars on my phone. Exactly the kind of place you didn't want to be alone at 2 a.m. I took a breath, cold, damp, and stepped toward the farmhouse. The porch sagged, boards warped with age. The single porch light flickered weakly, as though it might die at any moment. I kept my hand near my sidearm but didn't draw it. Standard procedure, announce myself first. "Sheriff's office," I called, voice low but carrying. "Deputy Harris, anyone home?" My words vanished into the dark interior. The door was cracked open. I nudged it with my shoulder. It swung wider, moaning on rusty hinges, and I stepped inside. The air smelled of mildew and old smoke. My flashlight beam carved through the darkness. A threadbare sofa, peeling wallpaper, a rotary phone hanging crooked on the wall. I clicked the mic on my radio. "Dispatch, I'm on scene at the Sterling residence. Monitor alert confirmed. No visual on subject, over." Static crackled back. "Copy that, Harris. Backup ETA 10 minutes. I swallowed. 10 minutes felt like an hour in a place like this. I moved forward, every footstep making the floorboards groan. The living room opened into a hallway. Doors on either side, some closed, some ajar. I stepped into the first room on the left, a nursery. Crib with chipped paint, mobile tangled, mattress stained. I swept the beam under the crib. Nothing. A toy truck lay on its side. I bent, nudged it with my toe. It didn't move. Back in the hallway, I checked my watch. 2:07 a.m. The wind rattled the window panes. My breath echoed. I approached the next door. It resisted, as if swollen, then gave with a creak. Inside, a parlor. A single rocking chair faced the window. The cushion sagged. The chair moved, rocking slowly. No breeze stirred. I stepped closer, heart ticking faster. The rocking slowed, then stopped. I cleared my throat. "Ma'am, sheriff's office." No answer. A soft scuffle came from behind me. I spun, beam slicing the dark, but nothing there. I stepped back into the hallway. My boot scuffed against something. I bent, an ankle monitor, dusty, strap undone. I recognized the model, Camille Sterling's. I pocketed it. As soon as metal left the floor, the house exhaled, a low creak like a sigh. I turned to leave, but the hallway had changed. Doors shifted positions, corners bent at odd angles. I frowned. Houses didn't do that. I clicked the radio. Dispatch, hallway layout abnormal. I may be disoriented. Static. I tapped the microphone again. Nothing. I swallowed hard. Trust your training, I told myself. Move slowly. Mark your path. I stepped into the next room. A kitchen, dirty dishes in the sink, a cereal bowl on the counter, a broken picture frame showing a smiling family. I shone the light on the photo. A man, a woman, a little girl in a smocked dress. The same girl from the nursery mobile. I felt a chill. I pocketed the frame. Evidence, if nothing else. The hallway beyond stretched longer than before. My flashlight beam trembled as I advanced. I heard breathing, mine amplified in the quiet. Then a whisper, faint, distant. Camille. I paused. The whisper didn't repeat. I called out, Camille, this is the sheriff's office. Silence answered. I approached a door at the end. It was sealed, paint dried in the seams. Someone had intentionally closed it off. I pushed. It budged, revealing steep stairs down. A basement? No, an underfloor crawlspace. Low ceiling, damp earth, wooden support beams. The beam caught movement, something slithering away. I squared my shoulders and climbed down. Cold water pooled underfoot. The beam danced over walls of stone and mortar. The air was thick. I heard that whisper again. Stay. I swallowed. My heart pounded. I called, Camille, show yourself. The beam landed on a mound of blankets in the corner. I approached. Blankets shifted. I flipped them back. Nothing but a broken doll. I straightened and froze. At the mouth of the crawlspace, the woman, middle-aged, hair tangled, crawled on hands and knees, rocking, whispering Camille's name. Her eyes locked on mine. She didn't speak my direction, only that name. I raised my flashlight. She hissed and vanished into the darkness behind me. I bolted upright, nearly losing my footing. The stairway hatch slammed shut. I yanked at it. It wouldn't budge. I pounded. Dispatch, I'm stuck. Silence. My radio died. The house swallowed my voice. I backed away, breath ripping in my chest. The crawlspace walls seemed to pulse. I forced my legs to move, scrambling toward the hatch. It lifted slightly. Moonlight slicing the beam, I climbed through, scraping my arms. I dropped to the living room floor, gasping. The front door stood open. I didn't look back. I sprinted across the porch and dove into my cruiser. Hands shaking, I locked the door and fired the engine. The headlights cut through the dark as I peeled away. Route 67 lay empty again. The farmhouse receded behind a rise. I flicked off my flashlight mount. Beam died. In the rearview mirror, I saw the porch light wink off. I exhaled, voice hoarse. I'm clear. Dispatch crackled. Harris, you okay? I forced calm. Yeah, I'm clear. Subject not in custody, ending shift. I hung up. My reflection stared back, pale, hollow-eyed. The monitor lay on the seat beside me. Camille's name glinted on the metal. I don't know if she was ever there, or if that woman was real. But I know what I felt. The walls breathing, the whisper calling, the endless corridors. Sometimes I hear that lullaby in the wind. Sometimes I see movement in the window. And I wonder, was it just fatigue? Or did the house want to keep me inside? because I haven't forgotten that whisper, "Stay." I didn't sleep, not a wink. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hallway stretching away, the peeling wallpaper rippling, heard the soft whisper, "Stay." My partner called me at first light, static on his end, like he'd woken from a dream. I told him I was fine, just tired. I lied. I shoved the monitor into my locker and scrubbed the memory of its cold weight from my mind. But the house was still there, pressing against the back of my skull. By mid-morning, I was on my second cup of coffee, pacing the squad room. The others gave me looks, coffee jitters or something else. I dropped into my chair and stared at the digital map on the wall. Route 67. The Sterling place sat like a dead spot in the grid. No calls, no traffic, no cell. The kind of place you'd forget if you didn't drive past it every shift. But I remembered, vividly. Dispatch crackled. "Deputy Harris, we've got a domestic disturbance at mile marker 139, northbound Route 67. Caller hung up. Possible gunshots. My gut twisted. I grabbed my jacket, slammed my coffee down. I'm on it. The sergeant nodded. "Be careful." I didn't tell him why. I parked under the single streetlight by the diner at the intersection. The neon sign buzzed. Coffee, pie, gas. The lot was empty. I clicked on the cruiser's overhead light, blue halo in the dark. I stepped out, flashlight in hand, and listened. Wind in the fields, distant rumble of a semi, no shots. I called over the radio, Harris to dispatch, en route to disturbance. ETA 2 minutes. Static reply. I drove north, passing the cornfields, the skeletal stalks bending in the breeze. The Sterling house came into view, porch light dead, windows dark. But ahead, I saw headlights. 2 cars pulled on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking. I slowed, rolled down the window. A man in a hoodie knelt by something on the ground. I recognized the pattern immediately. An ankle monitor cracked open, strap broken. Camille's monitor. I killed the engine, jumped out. "Deputy Harris." He turned. Young kid, eyes wide. I found this down the road, thought it was trash. He held up the monitor like a trophy. Behind him, a second cruiser rolled in, lights painting the fields red and blue. My heart pounded. I nodded, took the monitor. "Good work. Did you see anyone?" He shook his head. "No one. It just lay there." I glanced back at the dark farmhouse. Not a light, not a silhouette, nothing. I called it in. "Dispatch, monitor recovered at mile marker 140, northbound." No sign of subject. The reply was routine, but I felt the weight of that broken strap in my hand. I stood in the road, radio silent again. The wind carried a faint sound. Laughter, or wind through broken shutters. I swallowed. "Let's clear the scene," I told the kid. He climbed back in the cruiser. I turned to leave and froze. From the field's edge, a figure stood watching. The woman, crawling slowly on hands and knees, head tilted. She mouthed Camille's name, then vanished into the cornstalks. I didn't chase her. I drove off, lights spinning. My reflection in the window wavered, hollow-eyed. In the mirror, I thought I saw someone in the back seat. A pale face pressed against the glass. Then nothing. Back at the station, I locked the monitor in evidence. I washed my hands 3 times. I downed another coffee. My hands shook. The sergeant asked if I was okay. I nodded. Long night. He frowned, but let it go. I spent the next hours running reports, filling forms, trying to make the world normal again. But every time I glanced at the corner of the ceiling, I half expected that hallway's rippling wallpaper. Every time the copier word, I jumped. Every time dispatch went silent, I heard that whisper. By afternoon, I was driving patrol again. Route 67 southbound. The sun sank low, orange glow on the horizon. I passed mile marker 142. The farmhouse sat dark. I slowed, heart throbbing. On impulse, I flicked on the spotlight and aimed at the porch. Nothing. I drove on. The cruiser's tires crunched gravel as I passed the driveway. I felt eyes on me. I kept going. Night fell. During roll call, I volunteered for extra coverage on Route 67. No one argued. They all knew. That road had a reputation. I finished my briefing and left. At 11:45 p.m., I was back under that broken porch light. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, staring. The air was colder than before. I stepped out, flashlight in hand. The beam caught the corner of the house. A side window cracked, curtain fluttering though no breeze stirred. My chest tightened. I approached. The door was shut, but unlocked. I pushed it open. Inside, the house was silent. The living room was empty. The chair from before sat motionless. I crossed to the hallway, each step slower, deliberate. My boots creaked. I passed the nursery. Crib empty, mobile still. The monitor sat on the floor where I'd left it? No, it lay on a dresser in the corner, strap closed. I frowned. How had it moved? I stepped closer. The metal was cold, though the room was stuffy. I picked it up and checked the serial. Camille Sterling. Same. A soft click behind me. I spun. The parlor door closed. I pounded the hallway wall. Hey! No answer. I flicked my light, beam jittering. I advanced through the arch. The floor plan was wrong again. I came to a door sealed with paint. I forced it open. Stairs descended. My breath stalled. I climbed down again. The crawl space was darker, tighter. Water dripped. The beam caught something on the ground. Footprints in the mud. Bare footprints, small. They led deeper. I followed, heart hammering. The whisper came, "Camille." Closer now, urgent. I called, "Camille, show yourself." The footprints ended at a pile of blankets. I knelt, peeled them back. Nothing but that broken doll, eyes missing. I heard scuttling above. I scrambled for the stairway. Hatch slammed shut. I shook it. "Dispatch, I'm trapped." Silence. The whisper turned into a sob. "Camille." It echoed, as if the house itself mourned. I pressed my back to the hatch, sliding down until I sat in the cold mud. My flashlight lay beside me, beam sweeping the stone walls. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. When I opened them, the blankets were gone. The footprints led to the far wall, where the stone looked damp. I crawled, heart in my throat, and pressed my palm to the wall. The stone was loose. I pried at it. Behind, a narrow tunnel. Fear and relief tangled. I crawled in. The tunnel sloped upward. I crawled on hands and knees, water seeping through my coveralls. The whisper guided me. "Stay, stay." I forced myself onward. Finally, I emerged into a small room. Walls lined with photographs, dozens of them, of people wearing ankle monitors. Faces gaunt, eyes empty. Camille's photo was there, pinned in the center. Under each photo, a date, dates when they vanished. The most recent, tonight's date, my badge number scrawled beneath. My head snapped up. The room spun. I staggered back. The tunnel hatch slammed above me. Darkness. My radio crackled. Static, then a voice. "Harris? You there?" I fumbled the mic. "Dispatch, it's not safe." My voice trembled. I found something, records, photos, static swallowed my words. The light in the tunnel winked out. I dropped the radio and pulled out my pistol. My flashlight flickered once, then died. I was in pitch black. I whispered, "Camille?" The sobbing answer came from all around. I fired one round into the darkness. The echo shook the walls. Silence. Then the tunnel hatch above creaked. I raced toward it, hands scrabbling. It gave way. I crawled through, gasping. I tumbled into the living room. The chair faced me, rocking. The photos lay scattered on the floor. My photos. The missing, the vanished. I backed away. The front door slammed. I lunged for it. It opened onto the porch. I sprinted to the cruiser, throwing myself inside. I locked the door and looked back. The house stood still. No light, no movement. My breath shook. I slapped the dash button. "Dispatch, I'm out. Get units here, now." The reply crackled. "On our way." I clutched the wheel. The monitor lay in my lap, but I didn't want it. I wanted to forget. The sobbing echoed in my mind. I watched the house until blue lights flashed across its windows. I drove away, blind to the road. In the mirror, I saw the porch light flicker on, then off. The breeze carried a faint lullaby. I closed my eyes, and for a moment I wondered if I'd ever really left. I eased the cruiser onto Route 67, lights off, engine purring low. Behind me, the Sterling house sat swallowed by darkness and the swirl of blue and red from the arriving backup units. I watched until their beams swept past, then turned north, back toward the fields. My hands trembled on the wheel. I kept expecting that rocking chair to appear in the back seat or that whisper to drift through the open window. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the station lot. Dawn was bleeding into the sky, pale pink against the horizon. I killed the engine, but didn't move. The world felt off-kilter, like I'd woken from a bad dream into another one. Finally, I stepped out and walked to the evidence locker. Inside lay Camille's ankle monitor, dusted with the crawlspace dirt. I hesitated, then locked it away again. Some things you file, others you bury. By breakfast roll call, the station buzzed with routine. Stolen ATVs, noise complaints, a fender bender on Main Street. No one mentioned the Sterling place. I took my coffee black and sat at my desk, heart still hammering. The sergeant paused by my cubicle. "You look like hell." I managed a tight smile. "Long night?" He nodded. "Get some rest." I nodded, but I knew sleep would evade me. Mid-morning, I found myself back on Route 67, this time with a notepad. I traced the driveway edges, sketched the porch, marked the warped boards. I timed the distance from marker 142 to the house, exactly 30 yards. I measured the crawlspace hatch location inside. My notes grew frantic, arrows and question marks. I tried to map the shifting hallways, but the lines overlapped, twisted back on themselves. The floor plan made no sense. A crow cawed from the field. I jumped, shutting my notebook. I glanced toward the farmhouse. A single window caught sunlight, a pale rectangle in the peeling facade. For a moment I thought I saw movement behind the glass, then nothing. I closed my eyes, the whisper, "Stay." I shook my head and walked back to the cruiser. That afternoon I pulled dispatch logs. Camille's monitor pinged 3 times after I left, each time deeper in the county than silence. No body camera caught it, no witness, only that broken strap lying by the road. I circled the map, traced her last known tags. Then I stopped. There was a pattern. Old county records showed 4 disappearances in that township over the past decade, each person on an ankle monitor. Each vanished near mile markers 139 to 142. No bodies, no evidence, just gone. I leaned back, stomach twisting. I radioed the detective division. "I need the cold case files for this precinct, especially tether absconds." Within an hour, a file folder slid onto my desk. Sterling, Ramirez, Holt, Nguyen. Each file thin, Reports closed for lack of evidence. I flipped through photos, empty rooms, abandoned belongings, final radio calls. The same whisper was written in margins. Possible fatigue hallucinations. Case closed. I slammed the folder. Fatigue or not, I'd seen what I saw. I grabbed my coat. I was going back. Backup could wait. I needed to map those halls on my own terms, find the tunnel, the photos, whatever held Camille and the others. At 8 p.m., I pulled up to the Sterling place alone. The porch light was dead, but a lamp glowed faintly upstairs. I stepped out, heart thudding. The air was colder, the wind had died. I clicked on my flashlight and approached. The door was ajar again. I inhaled and pushed in. Inside, the house was silent. Too silent. I moved through the living room, hallway, nursery, parlor. Each room exactly as before. The monitor lay on the dresser. I picked it up. Then I heard it, scuffing from the attic hatch. I climbed the stairs 2 at a time. The attic door stood open. Moonlight slanted in. The floor was littered with photographs pinned to the beams, faces pale, eyes haunted. I recognized names: Sterling, Ramirez, Holt, Nguyen, and my own photo pinned among them, badge number beneath. My breath caught. I stepped closer. The last photo was fresh. Camille's face smiling, eyes alive. Beneath it, today's date. A whisper curled around me. "Stay." I swung the flashlight. The woman crouched in the corner, rocking, face hidden. I cleared my throat. "Ma'am, this ends tonight." She lifted her head. Her eyes were empty holes. She tilted her head, whispering Camille's name. I holstered my pistol and stepped forward, voice soft. "I'm here. I'm listening." She vanished, melting into shadow. The photos fluttered, then fell, blank frames drifting down. The monitor slipped from my hand, clattering on the wood. I stood alone, heart racing. The attic hatch slammed shut behind me. I didn't fight it. I let it close. The whisper faded. The house sighed. I climbed down into the living room. The front door was closed. I opened it. Outside, the night was still. I walked to my cruiser, picked up the monitor, and held it tight. Tomorrow, I'd write my report. I'd recommend the Sterling case be reopened. I'd warn the department about Route 67. But right now, I just needed to drive. I slid into the seat, started the engine, and pulled away. In the rearview mirror, the farmhouse receded into shadow. In my pocket, the monitor ticked softly, like a heartbeat, and I wondered, who was really tethered to whom? I didn't set an alarm. I couldn't risk waking to that whisper again. "Stay," etched into my dreams. Dawn came slow. Pale light filtering through blinds as I sat in the cruiser. Engine idling, eyes fixed on the Sterling house fading in the rearview mirror. I'd driven until the road signs changed from county road to state highway, but the weight in my chest didn't lift. The monitor's strap still clicked in my pocket, a reminder that Camille and those before her were out there somewhere, tethered to that place in ways I couldn't fathom. I pulled into the station lot at 7:15 a.m. The sergeant was already in, pouring coffee. He glanced up, saw my face. No words exchanged, he knew. I stepped inside, tossed the monitor onto my desk. It skittered across the wood and stopped at the edge, as if itching to fall. I didn't pick it up. Instead, I opened my laptop and began typing my supplement to the Sterling report. New evidence suggests non-paranormal but highly anomalous structural distortions within the residence. Hallways shift. Time perception altered. Victims on tether monitors disappeared. Recommend full forensic architectural survey and re-examination of cold cases, Sterling, Ramirez, Holt, Nguyen, et al. I saved and sent it to the detective division, carbon copying the chief. By mid-morning, a detective emailed back, "We'll assign a team." "Good work," polite, clinical. They didn't ask how I felt, they just wanted facts. I closed the laptop. Facts weren't enough. I spent the afternoon gathering equipment, portable mapping lasers, audio recorders, extra batteries, a body camera I'd modified to tape continuously. I packed a change of clothes, water, energy bars. The sergeant cornered me as I headed out. "You sure about this?" He nodded at my gear. I met his eyes. "I need to know." He sighed, then quietly, "Be safe." He didn't say, "Come back," but I heard it. At 8 p.m. I rolled onto Route 67. The sky was bruised purple. Crickets rattled in the fields. The Sterling house emerged through the corn, dark silhouette against the twilight. I stopped, 50 yards out, killed the engine. Silence pressed in. I stepped out, locked the cruiser, and set my gear on the hood. I clicked on my headlamp, clipped the body camera to my chest, hit record. The little red light blinked. Deputy Harris, supplemental exploration. Objective: document structural anomalies, locate missing subject evidence, retrieve tether devices. Audio and visual record engaged. I approached the porch. The boards creaked familiarly. Porch light dead. I inhaled and pushed the door. It swung open without resistance. Inside, the living room gleamed under my headlamp. Sofa, rotary phone, peeling wallpaper. I swept the beam left to right, steady. I stepped in. The door clicked shut behind me. I paused, heart thudding, then moved on. I followed the same path: hallway, nursery, parlor. Each room as before, but this time I set markers. Strips of tape on door frames, chalk arrows on the floor. I sketched chalk lines showing direction. The chair in the parlor rocked. I filmed it. Rocking chair motion, periodic, no observable breeze, source unknown. I pressed on. At the sealed door upstairs I paused. The paint in the seam was cracked, freshly scraped. I shoved the door. It creaked open. I ascended into the attic. The beam caught the photo gallery on the rafters. Faces of the missing. I snapped pictures. Each photo pinned with tarnished nails. I counted 24. Sterling, Ramirez, Holt, Nguyen, and others I didn't recognize. I stepped closer to read names scrawled at bottoms. My own wasn't there, yet. I moved toward the far corner. The woman crouched, head bowed, whispering Camille's name. I cleared my throat. She lifted her head. The empty sockets stared. I didn't flinch. "I'm not here to harm you," I said softly. "I want to help." She hissed, then vanished, melting into shadow. The photos fluttered, one drifting to the floor. A picture of me, badge glinting, smiling behind the cruiser. The date. Tomorrow's date. My blood ran cold. I pocketed the photo. The whisper swelled. "Stay." I pressed record on the voice recorder. Then I did something I'd avoided. I spoke my truth. "I won't stay," I said firmly. "Not for you, not for Camille, not for this house." The whisper flickered, then died. Silence. I turned back to the hatch. It was closed. I pried it open. The stairs dropped into darkness. I climbed down into the crawl space one last time. Water pooled at my boots. I followed my chalk arrows, marking each twist. At the far wall, I found the loose stone. I pressed. The tunnel yawned. Inside, the temperature dropped. I advanced, hand on the wall, heart pounding. I came to the small chamber, photographs and dates carved into the stone. But now the photos were blank. I let out a breath. The tunnel light overhead snapped on, revealing a smooth passage beyond. I stepped forward. The beam reflected off metal. Camille's ankle monitor lay on a stone plinth, strap closed, ticking softly. I approached and gently lifted it. The moment I touched it, the tunnel lights went out. Total darkness. My headlamp flickered. I heard the sobbing. I whispered, "I'm leaving." The sobbing rose to a wail. I turned and ran, trip after trip, back through the crawl space, up into the attic, down the stairs. I crashed through the living room, out the front door, and dove into the cruiser. I slammed the door, locked it. The engine roared. I held the monitor on my lap, panting. The house stood silent. I pulled away, tires spitting gravel. In the mirror, I saw the attic window glow one last time, then fade. I drove to the station without lights. I handed the monitor to evidence. No words. They nodded, I logged it, then I walked outside. Dawn was breaking again. I stood under the sky, turning pale. I closed my eyes and listened. No whisper, no chair rocking. Just the wind in the fields. I don't know what I expected. Closure, maybe. But I got something better. Certainty. The house can shift walls. It can call names. It can trap the mind, but it can't hold on to the living. Not if they choose to leave. I clipped the final report to the chief's desk. Residence structurally anomalous. Missing persons correlation confirmed. Physical evidence recovered. Victims remain at large. Recommendation, permanent condemnation and controlled demolition. I paused, then added, and a warning, some places feed on isolation. Don't let them. That afternoon I left Route 67 behind. I volunteered for patrol in town, where the streets were straight, the houses solid, and the people visible. At night, I still hear the creak of floorboards in old houses. I still feel the tug of that whisper in my mind. But I don't stop. I keep driving. I keep the lights on. And I remember that the only tether that matters is the one we choose to hold. The choice to step back into the light. I parked under the streetlight at the edge of town just before 3 a.m., hands trembling on the wheel. The Sterling house was miles behind me now, Route 67 swallowed by fields and darkness, but I could still feel its weight pressing on my bones. I killed the engine, sat in silence, and closed my eyes. The whisper wasn't there. For the first time in days, I heard nothing but my own breath. I stepped out into the chill and walked to the rear of the cruiser. I unholstered my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the foggy glow of the streetlight. I checked my watch. 2:57 a.m. I'd sworn I'd never go back, yet here I was, drawn by questions that wouldn't let me sleep. I flipped open the evidence bag containing Camille's ankle monitor. The strap was snapped shut around a piece of chalk-marked floor plan I'd sketched, binding memory to metal. I tapped the monitor's sensor, no signal. Camille was gone. The others were gone. All the tethered souls of that house vanished into whatever labyrinth lived behind its walls. A soft hum drifted from the diner across the street. Coffee brewing. Someone humming along to the radio. Normal life. I slipped the monitor into my coat pocket and returned to the cruiser. I sat, engine idling, and thought back over every step of the past week. The crooked hallways, the rocking chair, the crawlspace tunnel, the attic shrine of faces. Every detail had led me here, to the edge of the ordinary world, staring back at a place that didn't belong in any map. I closed my eyes and let my mind replay the final moments in the attic. The photos fluttered down like confetti. Sterling, Ramirez, Holt, Nguyen, and then that fresh photograph of me, dated tomorrow. I remembered the cold dread when I picked it up, the way the whisper swelled into a chorus. Stay. I'd resisted. I'd shattered the spell by speaking my intention aloud. I won't stay. And in that moment, the house had released me. I started the cruiser and pulled away, tires crunching on gravel. I drove north, toward the highway, toward home. The sky began to pale. The first bird stirred in the telephone wires. I passed mile marker 142. No sign of the house. It had receded behind the rise, swallowed again by the night. By dawn, I was back at my own front porch, boots muddy, uniform stained with dust. I shook out my coat and hung it by the door. Inside, the house was quiet. Familiar creaks, the hum of the refrigerator, the soft ticking of the clock. I poured coffee, black, and sat at the kitchen table. The steam curled in the pale morning light. My hands still shook. I opened my laptop and retrieved the structural survey I'd commissioned. The architect's report lay open. Irregular floor plan, non-Euclidean geometry, evidence of shifting walls under load, psychological impact on occupants unknown. Footnotes cited anomalous sensory experiences and recommended demolition. I scrolled to the end, a final note. Long-term monitoring advised. Do not enter structure alone. I closed the file. My phone buzzed. Text from dispatch. Detectives are following up. Good work. Get some. Rest, I typed back. Will do. Then I deleted the message. Rest was a luxury earned by those who slept. I stood and walked to the window, looking out at the quiet street. Kids would be waiting for the school bus in a few hours. Mail trucks would roll by. Life would resume its steady pace. And I would return to patrol. Calls about barking dogs, trespassing teens, a fender bender at Main and 3rd. I would wear my uniform. I would speak with calm authority. And I would smile at the neighbors I passed. But I would also carry the memory of that house in my bones. I would carry the knowledge that some places are alive, that they remember every footstep, every whisper, every broken tether, that they feed on solitude, on the vulnerability of the mind when the world falls silent, and that, given enough time, they can twist reality itself. I lifted my coffee mug in a silent toast to the dawn. Here's to the living, I murmured. I drank, feeling the warmth spread. I set the mug down and reached into my pocket, fingering the cold metal of Camille's monitor. Then I placed it on the table. It clicked softly, an echo of a heartbeat. I pressed my palm over it. You're safe, I whispered. I won't let them forget you. Outside, a lone crow took flight. The morning sun broke over the rooftops. I turned away from the window and prepared for the day's shift. The radio crackled to life. I clipped on my mic. Deputy Harris, I said, voice steady. Ready for call. I stepped into the hallway, leaving the darkness behind. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind is still and the fields lie silent, I close my eyes and I hear it, that soft, insistent whisper. Stay. And I remember the choice I made, to step back into the light, to drive away, to live. Because some tether is stronger than fear, the tether of our own will pulling us home. The red recording light glares at me through the grime on the console. I hear its slow blink, like a measured heartbeat in the stillness. It's 2:45. Lamb County night. I'm alone in this back room. The booth smells of stale coffee and old sweat. My shirt's damp at the collar. My voice comes out low, strained, as if I'm speaking through a pillow. I've done this 1,000 times. Flip the switch, record my thoughts, file my report. But tonight is different. Tonight I need to purge something. I need to get it out before it claws deeper. I was code 6 just before midnight. Riverside Market, mile marker 42, on Highway 287. The place looked abandoned. Boards over the windows, rusted pumps. One flickering bulb behind the counter. I stepped out of my cruiser. The engine ticked as it cooled. My boots crunched on gravel. I called it in. 472 code 6 at Riverside. Looks empty. Static answered. Then a voice, "Copy, 472. Keep your eyes peeled." They didn't say why, they never do. I moved under the yellowed glow of the sign. Riverside Market. The letters R and V had fallen off years ago. It read, ISEDMRKET, appropriate. I swept my flashlight across the lot. Broken fence posts, tangled weeds. An old windmill creaked in the breeze. The sky was clear, stars overhead, sweet Texas stars, cold comfort. I stepped toward the front door. The glass was gone. Inside was darkness. I aimed my light. Dust motes danced. Empty shelves. A tipped-over display rack. Nothing alive, no footprints besides mine. I crouched, ran a hand along the floor. Fine dust, no prints, no sign anyone had been here in years. I straightened, listened. The only sound was the hum of the air conditioner in the back room, and my own breathing. I radioed, "Dispatch 472, negative findings. I'm moving on." The words felt hollow. I turned back to my cruiser. That's when I heard it. A whisper, faint, like someone on a CB radio, voice breaking up. "Anyone copy this?" I froze. The static crackled. No answer. I pressed my ear to the mic. "Dispatch? Someone just..." My voice trailed. I clicked off the radio. Silence. I scanned the lot. Nothing. My heart picked up. I patted my vest. Hand rested on my sidearm. Instinct, habit, comfort. Then a soft bark. A dog. Close. I swung my flashlight toward the fence. Nothing. The bark again. Sharp. A low warning. I stepped forward. The beam found a German Shepherd mix. Ribs showing. Fur matted. It stood 30 feet off. Eyes reflecting my light. Tail stiff. I relaxed slightly. At least it was something real. I holstered my weapon. "Hey, boy," I said. My voice echoed. The dog growled, hackles raised. Not friendly. I raised my hand slowly. Easy. It took a step toward me, then barked and vanished into the darkness. My stomach knotted. Dogs don't appear and vanish, not without a trail. I scanned the brush. Nothing. I radioed 472. I had a canine visual. It bolted into the brush north side. "I'll check it out." No reply. I clicked twice. Static. I edged toward the fence line. The gravel path gave way to cracked asphalt, then hard-packed earth. My flashlight caught a boot print. Fresh. Deep in the dust. Oversized, steel-toed, too big for mine. I crouched, ran a finger along its edge. The soil beneath was damp. It had rained 2 nights ago. The damp was recent. I stood, heart thudding. I debated, follow it or retreat. Backup was due in 5 minutes. Standard. I glanced at my watch, 2:50. They'd arrive soon. I stepped back. Figured I'd wait. I turned to leave. A whisper of movement behind me. I spun. Light sliced the dark. Nothing. I took a step back. The windmill's creak sounded like a child crying. My breath caught. I told myself it was my mind. Lone deputy. Too many hours, too little sleep. I radioed. "Dispatch, scratch that. I'm heading back to cruiser." My voice shook. "Backup ETA 2 mics." Silence. Then, "Copy, 472, hold position." They meant stay by the pumps. I did. I leaned against the cruiser, tried to calm my breathing. The engine's cooling tick-tick-ticked. I closed my eyes. Listened. The dog's bark, the windmill. My heart. Then a faint scraping. Gravel shifting. Behind the boarded counter. I swung around. Light beam jittered. I swallowed. I walked toward the door, each step slow, mind racing. I stepped into the building. The door frame creaked. Inside, dust. I shone my light at the back room door. It hung ajar. The hum of the AC louder here. I approached. The handle was warm. Someone had been here recently. I pushed in. The room was small. A desk, old filing cabinets, papers strewn. A recorder sat on the desk. Tape inside. I flicked it on, it clicked, silent. I pressed play, static, then a voice. Faint, distant. Can't keep running. He's out there, still watching. Then a rasp of breath, a pause. 05-12-2015, Lamb County, help me. The tape cut. My blood ran cold. May 5th, 2015. I wasn't here then. I was still cadet in Austin. That date belonged to Deputy Jack Maddox. He vanished on night shift, never found. His cruiser discovered abandoned at mile marker 45. No sign of struggle, no body, just gone. I staggered back, my mind clawed. The initials on the barn, my name carved with that date. Cole Harland. May 5th, 2015. Jack's disappearance. My initials. On that barn, in that same county. I pressed my palm to my mouth. I reached for my radio. Dispatch, you copy? I found a recorder with a tape. It mentions Maddox. He disappeared years ago. My voice trembled, static, then backups arriving. We copy the rest on scene, relief and dread. I'd wait, but I didn't want to talk. Not yet. They showed up, 2 cruisers. Headlights cut through the dark. Engines idled. I walked out, hands raised. They had flashlights, weapons drawn. I stepped into the beam. 472, I said. We got something. They escorted me back to the back room. One of them dusted for prints. The other played the tape again, same whisper, same date. They looked at me, hard. I swallowed. I hate feeling weak, but I was. They took the tape as evidence. I left the barn print. They bagged it. I turned away. I sat in my cruiser, engine off. The night pressed in. I wanted to leave, drive until dawn. But I stayed. I watched the lot, the windmill, the empty pumps. I thought about Jack. Alone out here, what he saw, what he heard. Did he record his own tape? Did he carve his name on that barn? Was he warning someone? I shut off the recorder light. The console went dark. I keyed the mic. Dispatch 472, I'm code 7, out of service. No response. Typical. I sat. The breeze stirred the papers on the desk. Outside, the dog barked again, faint. Farther off, then silent. I closed my eyes, tried to steady. The memory of that whisper burned fresh. I don't know what happened to Jack Maddox. I don't know who carved my name with his. I don't know why that dog appeared or why the tape replayed a dying confession. All I know is, out here, the night holds on to secrets. It buries them in dust and rust. It whispers them through static and wind. And if you listen, you might hear them too. But some secrets, some stories, are meant to stay in the dark. I let the engine tick. The tape recorder's light blinked once more. Then nothing. I leaned back, closed my eyes, and waited for dawn. I eased the cruiser door shut. The engine's tick fades. Behind me, the station lights hum low. I slip the recorder back on, the red glow steady, insistent. 5 minutes until backup clears out. 10 minutes until I pretend none of this happened. But I'm not ready. I step off the asphalt onto the hard-packed shoulder. The air's colder here. The mesquite casts long black fingers. My boots sink slightly in loose gravel. I whisper into the mic, 472 moving to investigate footprints. Copy. Static. I kill the radio. The boot prints lie in a shallow trench of dust. They lead north, toward the dead pumps, then curve into scrub. I follow. Every crunch underfoot sounds like a shout. My flashlight cuts a narrow cone. Everything else is nothing but ink. Past the pumps, I find more prints. Closer together now, as if whoever made them stopped. I crouch. The soil is darker here, moist, fresh. I trace the edge, the tread pattern, military style, heavy duty, not local, not ranch hand boots. Someone came prepared. I stand. The wind picks up. A wind chime far off rattles. an old oil rig derrick with loose pipe segments. It sings an eerie tune. I swallow, my hand tightens on my flashlight. I move into the brush. Mesquite thorns snag my jacket. The beam catches a broken fence, rusted barbed wire. Beyond it, a shallow depression in the earth, a dry pond bed. I step in. Footprints vanish. In their place, drag marks. A long scrape gouged in the clay. Something heavy pulled north. I crouch, heart hammering. The scrape ends at a flat stone. I kneel. The stone is smooth, cold. My breath fogs the beam. On the stone, a smear, brown-black, dried. Leather glove. I touch it, sticky. I jerk back. Blood? Old, not fresh. Ancient. I close my eyes. Picture Jack Maddox, alone on night shift. Did he kneel here? Did he leave this mark? I lean close. The smear forms a shape. A crude arrow pointing north. Toward the highway. Toward Van Horn, 16 miles away. Toward nothing. My radio crackles. 472, are you still there? Dispatch. I hold the mic away, my voice low. I'm alive, found drag marks, possible evidence. I'm proceeding with caution. Static, then copy. Be advised units en route from Van Horn. ETA 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 2 miles, enough time to vanish. I rise, follow the arrow's direction. The ground slopes up. I emerge onto a ridge overlooking the highway. A lone headlight far southbound. No other traffic. The road glistens pale under starlight. I step closer to the edge. The drag marks climb toward the asphalt. I lean over. Below, near the center line, something dark lies in the road. I raise the flashlight and drop it. My stomach lurches. A tired tread imprint encircles a dark stain. Fresh. Not blood. Oil? No. Thicker. A smear of dark red. My stomach turn. I lean in. At the smear's edge, a fingerprint pressed into the asphalt. Small. A child's? No. Diminutive, but adult. Someone knelt here. Someone alive recently. My mind races. Jack. Could he have stumbled here in 2015, pressed his hand in warning? Or was it Deputy Harland, me, years from now? I kneel, trace the fingerprint. It smudges under my glove. I jerk away. I stand, spin. The wind carries the sound. Engine idling. Backup, or something else. I step back into the brush. The ridge top drops away. I crouch behind a yucca, heart pounding. The light from the cruiser sweeps the ridge. 2 figures approach, silhouettes. One carries a flashlight, the other a rifle. I radio. 472, visual on units, 2 approaching from east. My voice steadies. I'm okay. They cross the highway, boots crunching. I step out, hands raised. Relief floods me. Deputy Harland, one says. It's Marshal Vega from Van Horn Station. Sharp eyes. You called this in? I nod. Found prints, drag marks, fingerprint, tape confession. I hold up the recorder. The red light pulses. Vega's partner kneels by the smear on the road. We'll get forensics. He glances at me. You good? Concern, edged with suspicion. I swallow. I will be. I glance back north. The road stretches empty. Did you see the dog? I ask softly. Vega's brow furrows. Dog? A shepherd. Appeared by the pumps, vanished. My voice trails. Vega exchanges a look. No canine called out, no reports. He stands. Let's get you back. He motions. I follow, boots slipping on loose gravel. As we climb back to the ridge, I peer at the smear on the road. The fingerprint? Gone. Cleaned by the wind. Unlikely. Fresh asphalt. Number it vanished, like the dog. I reach the cruiser. Backup is logging evidence. I step aside, watch them work. The tape, the prints, the smear, they bag everything. Vega watches me. When they finish, Vega hands me a bottle of water. I drink. The cold liquid soothes my jaw. He lowers his voice. Cole, you sure you want to keep pushing this? His look means some things are better left alone. I meet his gaze. I need to know. My voice firm. What happened to Maddox? Who carved my name? What's out there? Vega's eyes soften. Be careful. Some roads, they don't welcome visitors. I nod. I climb into the cruiser. The recorder clicks off. Vega's light dims. The windmill's chime echoes. I watch the dark highway. They drive me back to Riverside. The station's windows glow. Inside, the air conditioner hums. I step out. The back room door closes behind me. I kill the recorder. The red light fades. I file the evidence. I write the report. Every detail, the arrow stone, the drag marks, the smear, the vanished fingerprint, the dog, the tape. But I leave out one thing, the carving on the barn, my initials and that date. I can't prove it, only I saw it. I lean back in the chair. Dawn creeps pale through the blinds. I close my eyes. I should feel relief, but I don't. The night still coils in my veins. The questions echo. Who's marking these places? Why my name? Why Jack Maddox's date? I reach for the recorder, hit play, static. Then my voice, if you're listening, keep your eyes open. I kill the tape, stand, gather my gear. Outside, the wind rattles the sign, ISEDMRKET, Riverside Market. The night surrenders to morning, but its secrets remain. I step out into the pale glow of pre-dawn. The air is still. Even the cicadas have gone quiet. My cruiser's taillights fade as I close the door. I carry only the recorder in my hand now. No weapon, no coffee. Nothing but this thing and my fraying nerve. I head east, back toward the pumps. The ash-gray sky above Wilbarger County lightens imperceptibly. I follow the path where the dog appeared. Gravel shifts underfoot. The mesquite stands silent, motionless. My feet carry me almost automatically. My mind reels through details. Jack Maddox's tape, the carving, the footprints, the smear on the road, the wind chime on the derrick, the dog's eyes, Vega's warning, my promise to push on. At the pump island, I pause. The broken sign reads ISEDMRKET in ghostly relief. I sweep the flashlight. No movement, no dog, no prints. Only the stubborn stain of oil and dust. I kneel, fingers brush the ground. The soil is cold. I trace imaginary lines where the prints led. I close my eyes. In the dark, I see them, boot treads, dragged shapes, a kneeling figure pressing a hand into asphalt. I open my eyes. The ground is empty. I stand. My recorder light blinks. I press record. They say the mind fills in gaps, patterns in randomness. But I remember exactly what I saw. I walk north, away from the pumps, into scrub brush. Each step higher on the ridge brings me closer to open sky. The sun bleeds pale orange on the horizon. The wind picks up, rattling the fences. I reach the barn site. The ruin stands silent in dawn's gray. Boards hang loose. Rusted beams jut out. I approach the side where the carving was. My heart hammers. I brush away debris. The wood is splintered. The carving is gone. No letters, no date. Only raw wood, rough grain. I kneel, pull out a small flashlight, angle the beam. No shadow of the letters, no trace. I rub my thumb over the spot. Nothing. My initials never existed. The date never existed. Jack Maddox never existed, except on that tape, in that recording. I press my palm to the wood. It's warm from the rising sun. I taste sickness. I record. The carving vanished. The wood is raw, no trace. I don't know what to believe. My voice echoes. I step back, lean against the barn. The recorder swings on its cord. I stare at the empty wood. A crow calls. Wings beat overhead. I swallow. Behind me, the ridge slopes to the highway. I glance west. Traffic flows now. 2 pickups, a sedan. Normal, mundane, unaware. I turn east. The land is empty. Nothing but wind and scrub. I know I should leave, report what I can, file it, move on. But something pulls me deeper. I step around the barn. A narrow path leads down into a shallow gully. Drag marks might have crossed here. I descend. At the bottom, the ground is soft. I kneel. The soil holds impressions. Thousands of tiny prints, insect tracks, wind-blown debris. And one set, small, almost child-sized. Bare footprints pressed in mud. Too small for Maddox, too small for me. Someone walked here barefoot. I follow them. They lead to the gully's far side, where a rusted barrel lies on its side. The barrel's opening gapes like a mouth. I shine my light inside. Darkness. I lean closer, a scuff of movement. I jerk back. My recorder swung down, caught on a root. I free it. The red light blinks. I raise the flashlight into the barrel. Inside, a fragment of fabric. Faded blue, denim, a child's jeans pocket. I reach in, pull out the scrap. It's frayed, stained. I bring it close. Smell of oil, earth, something faintly sweet. My heart twists. A child, here, alone, or left. I press record, voice low. Found fabric. Child-sized. Blue denim pocket, no writing, no indication whose. But someone small was here. I stand. Wind gusts. The barrel creaks. I step back. The gully feels alive, shadows shifting. I swallow. I climb out. The ridge looms above. The barn behind me seems to watch. I walk back to the barn side. Lean my shoulder against the wood. Close my eyes. I think of Jack Maddox. Rookie deputy. Vanished. No body, no answers. I think of my name carved in wood, then gone. I think of the dog, the tape, the prints, the fingerprint vanish, the denim scrap. I open my eyes. The barn stands empty. The world brightens. I descend to the highway, hit the recorder stop. Silence. I walk to my cruiser. The engine's hum greets me like an old friend. I climb in, buckle up, slide the denim scrap into an evidence bag. I radio dispatch. 472, I have possible evidence, a piece of denim. I'm returning. Request lab analysis. Calm, professional. I kill the recorder. The cruiser rolls onto Highway 287. Dawn spreads gold over Texas. The road stretches endless. I drive west toward Lamb County Station. Questions swirl. Who wore those jeans? Where did the prints come from? Why carve my name? And why erase it? Was Jack ever here, or is this place hungry? Does it swallow names, carve them, then spit them out? I reach Riverside Market. Backup packs up. Vega nods. He sees the bag. What did you find? He asks. I hold up the denim. Maybe a kid wandered here. Maybe it's nothing. My voice is flat. He studies it. We'll run it. He pockets the bag. Good work. I nod. Step back. The station door closes behind me. Inside, the AC hums. Fluorescent lights click on. The back room awaits. The recorder sits on the console. Silent. Still blinking red. I open the recorder. Press play. Static. Then my voice from before. If you're listening, keep your eyes open. I stop it. Eject the tape. Hold it. Smooth plastic etched with dust. I whisper, "Who are you?" No answer. Only the hum of machines. I bag the tape. Label it. I look at the clock. 6:15 a.m. Sunrise. Shift change. I should rest. Sleep. Forget. But I can't. Not yet. I gather my gear. Step into the corridor. The station wakes around me. I walk out to my cruiser. Slide in. Buckle. I look at the horizon. The road beckons. I start the engine and drive back into the dark. Bip. Burr. Bip. Burr. The recorder sputters in my hand. I kill the buzzing. The station's fluorescent lights hum overhead. It's 6:45 now. Morning shift filing begins in 20 minutes. I've logged the denim, the tape, the prints. I've typed my report, every detail except one. I lean back in the chair, eyes closed. The world tilts. I shouldn't, but I need to know. I hit record again. Silence. I whisper, "This is Deputy Harland, Section 4. I pause, breathe. The chair creaks. I walked back out after the denim, drove the cruiser east on 287. The horizon burned gold, normal. Sunday morning traffic, a pickup hauling hay, a family sedan, nothing unusual. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I tapped the mic. I turned off at mile marker 47. A dirt road leads south into scrub. I followed it. Boots on pedal, engine low. The road narrowed. Mesquite closed in. I parked where tire ruts faded. My voice is low, distant. I stepped out. The world was quiet. No wind, no birds, only the hum of my own blood. I followed footprints, bare prints and heavy treads, side by side. They led to a hollow under an overhang of limestone. I hear the scrape of my chair as I lean forward. I crouched. Underneath, someone carved symbols into rock, not letters. Angular shapes, a circle with spokes, a broken triangle. They glowed faintly in dawn light, like phosphorescent fungus. I pressed my hand to the rock. It pulsed, warm, alive. My breath hitches. I traced the shapes. The triangle pointed toward the barn. The circle, centered on the pump island. The spokes led to the highway, a map, a ritual, a warning. I swallow. Then I heard laughter, quiet, a child's laugh, behind me. Static, crackles. I spun, nothing. The hollow was empty. But footprints, small, bare, led deeper into brush. I pause. I followed until the path ended at a rusted gate. Beyond, an old cemetery. Wooden crosses tilted. No names, just dates. All the same, May 12th, 2015. My voice breaks. Jack Maddox's date? One grave had my name, Cole Harland, carved crudely. No body, just soil turned. I gasp. I ran. Back to the cruiser. Engine roar, tires spinning. I didn't stop until Riverside. Silence then. They'll find the grave. They'll dig. But what if it's empty? What if it never was a body? What if it's a marker for me? I lean back. Chair legs scrape. I'm out of time. Shift starts. They'll expect me inside. My voice drops. If you hear this, know I went back. I had to. I needed to see. I needed to know. I hit stop. The recorder goes silent. The red light fades. I open my eyes. The station is alive now. Officers filing in, coffee cups, morning briefs. I stand, gear in hand. I step into the corridor. I leave the recorder on the desk, unlabeled. I walk out into the sunlit yard. My cruiser waits. I pause, hand on door. Behind me, the tape sits blinking red. I step into the cruiser. Engine turns over. I drive toward the old cemetery gate and into whatever waits beyond. I kill the engine and step onto the cracked pavement. The cemetery gate yawns before me. 2 rusted iron posts, sagging chain link. Dawn's light slices through mesquite, casting long shadows that twist across sun-bleached crosses. The air smells of baked earth and wilted grass. My boots crunch on gravel. I carry only the recorder and a folding shovel from my cruiser's trunk. I pause at the gate. The world is silent. Even the wind has stilled. I press record. My voice is low. Deputy Harland, Section 5. I'm at the cemetery off the old service road, 6 miles east of Riverside Market. The gate's unlocked. No lock, just rust and neglect. I promised I'd come back. Now I'm here. I push through the chain. Metal squeals in protest. Inside, rows of makeshift graves, wooden stakes, unmarked stones, sunken earth. All bear the date May 12th, 2015. No names, no headstones. An entire field of disappearance. My heart hammers. I step forward, each breath tastes of dust. I scan the graves. One mound lies freshly turned, soil darker, loose. Around it, footprints, one set heavy, boot tread, another bare, small. They mirror the prints I followed before. I kneel at the fresh mound's edge. The shovel feels heavy in my hand. My glove grips the handle. I dig a test scoop. Soil gives easily, dry below the top layer. I press the blade deeper until it hits something solid. Wood. A coffin lid, a box. My pulse spikes. I clear dirt away. Rough boards appear, unpainted, splintered. I lift a corner. The wood groans. Beneath, nothing but darkness. I shine my flashlight into the cavity. Empty. No body, just hollow space. My stomach lurches. I pull back. The hole yawns. I shine light across the grave field. The other mounds stand silent, waiting. I wonder if each holds the missing. Jack Maddox, others lost to this land, but this one, empty, a marker, not a burial. I stand. Wind stirs. A distant crow caws. The recorder blinks. I take a breath. Empty, I whisper. No body, just a marker. Someone wanted me to dig, wanted me to see absence. I step away from the grave. My boots dislodge clumps of dirt. I follow the path toward the largest cross, a weathered timber leaning at a tilt. At its base, stones arranged in a circle. In the center, a child's sneaker, pale canvas, laced but worn. I crouch, pick it up, tiny. Too small for any deputy, too small for an adult. I cradle the sneaker. The sole is scuffed. The inside smells faintly of baby powder and soil. I feel a tremor. Anger, fear, sorrow. I press record. Found sneaker. Child size. No name. No other shoe. Someone left this as a sign. I place the sneaker back. Step around the circle. The stones seem arranged intentionally. 6 stones like hours on a clock. I count 1, 2, 6. 6 sections, 6 disappearances. 6 bodies unburied, 6 markers. A sudden scraping behind me, I spin. The shovel lies half buried, no one there. The air ripples. A soft sob, distant but clear. A child's cry. My blood runs cold. I follow the sound toward the far fence. It leads to a collapsed mausoleum. Stone blocks toppled, vines crawling inside. The sob echoes from within. I raise my flashlight. The beam cuts into blackness. I step inside, rub my hand on a fallen block. The sobbing stops. Silence. I edge deeper. The beam catches writing on the wall, scratchings in mortar. Find me. Beneath, a small handprint in dust, bare, child-sized. My heart pounds. I reach out. Dust flares. The handprint vanishes, or blends into the wall. I blink. It's gone. I swallow. The ground trembles. Gravel shifts. I think I hear footsteps above, in the open sky. I dash outside. The crows have taken flight. Their wings beat like thunder. I look back at the mausoleum. The entrance yawns empty. No sign of movement. The sob is gone. I check my recorder. It's still blinking. I play back. Find me. The scratch is faint, distant. Then a whisper. Help me. I kill playback. My own voice shakes. I close my eyes, breathe. I know I should leave, run, never come back. But I can't, not yet. I record one last note. 6 markers. Empty graves, child's shoe. Scratch on wall. Find me. This place is alive with absence. It's calling me, and I will come back. I stand. The sun climbs higher. The cemetery lies silent once more. I step through the gate, boots on gravel, recorder off. I reach my cruiser, slide in, engine rumbles. I drive away slowly, eyes on the rearview mirror. The cemetery fades into dust and mesquite. But I know it waits, and I will return. Recorder still holds section 5. I close my eyes, lean back, and wait for night. Recorder light blinks once, then I kill it. The cruiser's engine idles, dawn's colors fade into high sun. I've logged Section 6. I'll speak now, so this is the last thing I hear in the dark. I step from the cruiser onto sun-baked gravel. Heat ripples off the asphalt. The cemetery gate stands open behind me. Invitation or warning, I don't know. I carry only the recorder and my service flashlight. The folding shovel rests in the passenger seat. I press record. My voice is hollow. Deputy Harland, Section 6, last entry. I came back at midnight, couldn't wait until morning. Needed the cover of darkness. The cemetery calls then. Static crackles. I pause. The hum of insects drifts in. I cross the field toward the fresh mound I dug. The boards I pried open lie discarded. I kneel at its edge. The earth has settled. I lean in, whisper, empty. My breath fogs in the beam. I run a gloved finger along the coffin rim. No body, no coffin, just that void. I close my eyes. The silence presses. I stand and circle the grave field. Shadows stretch long under moonlight. I follow the 6 markers, the tilted crosses. Each marks absence, each date, December 5th, 2015. Maddox, the others, unknown. 6 souls lost, 6 secrets buried in plain sight. I come to the largest cross, the stone circle. The child's sneaker lies at its center, ghost white under starlight. I pick it up. The canvas is frayed. I cup it in my hand. The sole bears a tiny footprint. Not mine, not Jack's, someone else. Child small, adult sharp. I place the sneaker in my pocket. I move to the gully with the barrel. The rusted drum yawns under a hackberry tree. I kneel, reach inside. My hand closes on the denim scrap. I pull it out. The fabric smells of oil and earth. Next to it, buried shallow, a second sneaker, its mate. I lift both. They match. A pair. I cradle them. I imagine the child, alone, here, afraid. I press record. Found both shoes. Someone brought them here. Someone small walked these graves. My voice quavers. I stand, walk to the mausoleum. The stone blocks loom. I push inside. Darkness. I sweep the beam. Dust motes swirl. The scratch on the wall. Find me. Glows faintly in memory, but the wall is smooth now. I trace the mortar. Nothing. I step deeper. The sob returns, soft, echoing. I follow it. It leads to a low alcove. The beam catches a face, a child's doll, porcelain cracked, one eye missing. It lies on the ground, dressed in faded calico. I pick it up. The doll's good eye stares at me, glass and sorrow. A whisper. Thank you. The voice is a breath. I spin. No one there. My recorder blinks. I press play. On playback, my voice from Section 5, then a new whisper. Find me. I kill playback. The doll's weight in my hand feels warm. I tuck it beside the sneakers. I step outside. The wind picks up, carrying this voice. Laughter, distant, child's laughter, echoing across graves. I shiver. I follow the sound off the ridge, down into mesquite. The path is faint. I push through brush. The laughter fades. I come to the highway's edge. No headlights, no footprints. I turn back. The cemetery gate swings closed. When did that happen? I walk up. It's latched by a length of barbed wire, newly twisted. My recorder blinks. I record one final note. Gate closed. Barbed wire fresh. Someone sealed the field. As if to keep me out or keep something in. I stop recording. The red light dies. I walk back to the cruiser. My gear is heavy. Jeans pocket, sneakers, the doll. I place them on the passenger seat. I climb in, buckle up. The engine roars. I drive east on Highway 287. The sun has risen fully. The road is empty. I glance in the mirror. The cemetery drifts behind me, a dark shape in sunlit dust. I think, this story never ends. The graves are empty. The markers stand. The child's items lie in my cruiser. The tape holds whispers. The barn carving erased itself. The prints vanished. The fingerprint gone. The place rewrites itself when I'm not looking. I reach Riverside Market. The pumps stand silent. The sign reads ISEDMRKET. I park, climb out. Marshall Vega waits, coffee in hand, eyes weary. He nods. You got it? I hand him the doll and sneakers. He takes them, brow furrowed. I show him the denim and badge. He pockets everything. He asks, Body? I shake my head. Empty. Nothing. He whistles low. Then it's a message. A warning. I nod. Or a lure. He studies me. You all right? I force a smile. Better than the dead. I reach into the cruiser, pull the recorder, hold it out. Section 6. He takes it. You done? I glance at the silent pumps. The endless highway, the windmill in the distance. For now. He nods. Let's get you inside. We walk to the station. Doors click. A sea hums. The world of paperwork and coffee awaits. I stop in the corridor, turn back. I see the recorder's red light through the glass. It blinks once, then nothing. I whisper, good night. I step inside and leave the dark where it belongs, or so I tell myself. I slide the cruiser into gear and ease away from the station just after midnight. The air is cold. My breath fogs the windshield. I work nights. Always have. Deputy Carter Hayes, Franklin County Sheriff's Department. 2 years on the job. I know these roads by memory. I know the hush that falls over a place when the lights go out. Tonight, the radio crackles. Hayes, disturbance call. 10:23 at 402 Maple Lane. Neighbors report screamin'. Over. Copy that, I say. En route. My voice sounds flat, tired. Maple Lane is a gravel road, potholes big enough to swallow a hubcap. No street lamps, just dark fields on either side. The only light is the Crown Vic's grill lamp cutting through the black. My tires crunch dry leaves. My heart is steady. Routine call. I round a bend and see the double-wide trailer. No porch light, no glow from windows. Dead silence. Then I spot the Ford pickup in the driveway. Engine cold. But someone was home. I kill the cruiser's engine. The dash goes dark. The only sound is my breathing. I step into the yard. Each footstep sends leaves skittering. I grip my flashlight and my service weapon, standard patrol kit, no surprises. Yet every instinct tells me this night will be different. I knock on the door. 1, 2, 3 times. Nothing. I call out, Deputy Hayes, Franklin County Sheriff's Department. Ma'am, are you okay? My voice sounds loud in the stillness. A man's silhouette appears at the fence. He's thin, slumped. Old jeans, stained t-shirt. He rubs his forehead. I heard a scream, he says. Voice shaky. Sounded awful, came from in there. He points at the trailer. She lives alone, unless her boyfriend's over. He swallows. I thought, thank you, I say. I note his tremor. Fear is contagious. I force it down. I try the doorknob. Locked. I test the windows. All sealed. Except one in back. Cracked. Half open. A dark shape against the frame. Enough space to climb through. I tap the mic. Dispatch, request 1 unit for backup. Possible forced entry. Code 2. Double quote. No more description. Let them prepare. I slip around back. The cool night air carries the scent of damp wood and rot. My flashlight beam lands on the window. The glass is loose. I push it up and shimmy through. Knees hit the floor. Carpet is threadbare and stained. I crouch. I click on the flashlight. Kitchen. Dirty dishes in the sink. Coffee mug tipped over. Brown liquid congealed on the counter. I flip the switch. The overhead bulb flickers, buzzes, halogen hum. This is how real houses look, not like TV. I sweep the beam across the room. Cabinets closed, no movement. I step through the doorway into the living room. Couch cushions flipped, remote on the floor. TV dark. I shine under the sofa, nothing. I call again, louder. Franklin County Sheriff's Department. If you're here, come out slowly. Silence. My gut tightens. I move toward the stairs. Each board creaks under my weight. I ascend slowly. Carpet muffles my boots. The hallway light switch is to my left. I hesitate, then flip it. A pale glow reveals 4 closed doors. I pause in the middle of the hall. My flashlight trembles slightly. I control my breathing. Training tells me to stay calm. I call, "Ma'am, are you hurt? I'm here to help." No answer. Only the thrum of the house settling. Then a soft creak. Floorboard behind the third door, from inside. A stifled sound. My pulse jumps. I draw my weapon and press forward. I position myself at the knob. Gun in right hand, flashlight in left. I tap the door frame, then kick it open. It swings wide. Inside, a bedroom. Moonlight through blinds. Mattress bare except for a thin sheet. On it, a woman's body, pale, still. I step closer. Stains dark on the sheet. I flip it back. Multiple stab wounds across her torso. Blood seeps into the mattress. She breathes, shallow, alive. Thank God. I drop to my knees. I check her pulse. Rapid, weak. I hit the mic. Officer down, female victim, multiple stab wounds. Need EMS immediately. My voice is steady, professional. But inside, adrenaline coils. A scratching sound under the bed. My head whips around. Instinct. My flashlight beam settles on the space beneath. Darkness. I crouch, heart banging. "Show yourself," I order. No response. I inch forward, slide the beam under. Fabric. A hand. A face comes into view. Male. Mask pulled down, eyes wide. He scrambles. I level my weapon. "Get out! Hands where I can see them!" He crawls out, blood on his shirt, knife in hand. He tosses it. I cuff him behind his back. "You're under arrest," I say. My voice echoes. He sits against the wall, defeated. I cuff tightly. I stand. I glance at the woman. Paramedics should arrive any second. I exit the room and shout downstairs. "Dispatch, suspect in custody." Code 4 dash. The house exhales with me. I re-enter the bedroom. She coughs. Eyes flutter. I grip her hand. Warm. Real. She squeezes once. Footsteps on the porch. Sirens in the distance. I step outside. The neighbor watches, pale in the neon glow. He nods. Relief and horror mix on his face. I watch the ambulance pull away. The woman alive. The suspect loaded into my cruiser. I take one last look at the trailer. The open window gapes like an eye. Back on the road, I reset the cruiser lights. Radio silent. I drive slow. The night is quiet again. Fields stretch. Barns loom in shadow. I think of the woman's scream, the hush afterward. By 4 a.m., I'm back at the station. I sign off reports. I wash my hands. I stare at the mirror. Carter Hayes, sheriff's deputy. I feel hollow. I feel the weight. I feel the echo of that scream inside me. I leave the lights on in the interview room. I sit alone. I flip on the recorder. I speak softly. I've never told anyone this, but tonight I heard something I won't forget. My voice trails. I shut off the recorder. Darkness fills the room. I sit in silence. The twisting ache remains. I climb back into the patrol car. The heater hums, fog still clinging inside. I sit for a moment, letting the adrenaline fade. My hands rest on the wheel. Outside, the world is empty. Fields, broken fences, the distant silhouette of barns. I flick the radio to quiet static. No voices, just me and the night. I think of her face, the woman in the trailer, pale, unconscious but alive. 6 stab wounds, by her boyfriend, they said. Human rage, not ghosts. I wonder what he saw in her to snap like that. Jealousy, betrayal, familiar motives. But I don't think of him now. I think of her. Dispatch calls. Hayes, you clear? Clear, I answer, just filing my report. I drive slowly back toward Maple Lane. The road feels longer on the return. Every shadow looks like a person. Every rustle of leaves sounds like footsteps. I catch myself glancing at the broken window of the trailer, imagining shapes moving inside. My chest tightens. At the fork by the old church, I stop. The church's steeple juts into the sky, dark, silent. I cut the engine, sit in silence. The moon drifts behind clouds. I close my eyes. I can still hear the scream, a raw, primal sound that no one should ever make. I pull out my notebook. I jot down notes, time, location, wound count, suspect in custody. Then I pause. I write something else. I felt watched. I draw a jagged line through it. Not relevant, not official. I look up. The empty pews of the church seem to glow in the moonlight. A lone window shattered years ago. I remember a 1013 call here. Vandalism. Teenagers throwing rocks, no one hurt. This place used to feel safe. Now it just feels hollow. I close the notebook and drive on. The road curves past the closed market. The same neon sign still flickering. I pull into the parking lot. I sit in the car again. Treat myself to a moment of normal. I grab a granola bar, unwrap it, and eat. Crumbs on my uniform. I don't care. Back on the road, I pass the same fence line where Mr. Rolfe watched me earlier. He's gone now, his porch light off. I wonder if he's asleep or still staring out, replaying what he heard. The scream, the sirens, the handcuffed man. I head to the station at 3:30 a.m. The night shift deputy at the desk nods at me. Rough one? Routine, I lie. He grunts. We share the unspoken bond of nights that never feel routine. I deposit evidence, knife in a marked bag, clothing swabs, my statement. Every piece logged. I fill pages of forms. My handwriting gets sloppy as fatigue sets in. By 4:15, I'm alone in the back hallway. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. I pause by the bulletin board. Photos of missing persons, crime alerts, community notices. A faded flyer for a church supper next week. Normal life continuing despite everything. I rub my temples. My spine still tingles from crawling under that bed. I replay it, the shape, the mask, the sudden flash of the knife, the way his eyes met mine, fear, defiance, regret. I head to the interview room. The recorder sits on the table. I flip it on again. My reflection stares back at me from the glass. I lean forward. After I cuffed him, I say, I realized something. My voice shakes. I stop, erase the words, start over. I realized I didn't feel relief. I felt hollow. I press stop. I gather my things. I switch off the lights. The hallway swallows me in darkness. Outside, dawn is nearing. A pale glow on the horizon. I step into the chill. I pull my coat tighter. I climb into the cruiser one last time before shift change. I watch the sky lighten. I think of the woman again. Her survival. A small mercy. But I think more of the mark this night left on me. The scream lodged in my mind. The weight of pulling someone from death. The burden of seeing evil in a human face. I start the engine. Head back out to patrol. The world is waking. Farmers will be up soon. Mail trucks rolling. Kids waiting for the bus. They'll never know what happened here overnight. They'll see the flashing cruisers, the ambulance lights, the taped-off trailer. Then it will all go silent again. But I'll carry it with me. The hollow feeling in my chest, the echo of that scream, the knowledge that darkness isn't out there, it's in here, in the choices people make. I drive on, radio off, thoughts loud. The sun peeks over the fields. A new day begins, and I keep watch. The road ahead lies empty under the pale dawn. I drive without turning on the cruiser's overhead lights. No need to announce myself now. My eyes burn from 2 hours of restless vigilance. I palm a cold travel mug of black coffee. Bitter comfort. I cradle it like a lifeline. I pass the trailer again. The yellow crime scene tape flutters limp around the porch posts. I flick my eyes to the cracked window. It gapes like a wound. I imagine the victim's scream echoing through that opening. I swallow, keep driving. The county line sign appears. Welcome to Franklin County. Population 12,324. Underneath, someone scrawled in black marker, "We see you." I glance in the mirror. No one behind me. The emptiness stares back. Dispatch interrupts. "Hayes, we got a 1050 at Route 7 and Highway 62. Possible rollover. You available?" I check the clock. 5:02 a.m. Sunrise still 30 minutes off. I click the mic. Responding. I turn onto the highway. The crash is half buried in shadow. A white pickup lies on its side in a shallow ditch. Front end crushed. Smoke drifting from the engine. No lights, no movement. I hit the siren briefly, then cut it. Secure the scene, radio for fire and EMS. I approach the truck. Doors jammed. I tap the window with my flashlight. No response. I circle to the passenger side. The cab roof is caved. I crouch, peer inside. No driver. Heart kicks. I radio backup. Search for driver. Might have been ejected. Area grid, 10 to 50 rollover, east side ditch. I sprint along the bank. Dry weeds scratch my legs. The earth smells of damp soil. At the far end, I spot a boot half buried. I call out, "Hey, if you're out there, identify yourself." No answer. I draw my weapon, standard when approaching unknown parties. I scan the tree line. Branches sway, wind, or something else. Then a groan. Human. I follow the sound to a small clump of trees. A man lies face down in the mud. I kneel, tap his shoulder. He rolls over. Blood trickles from a gash on his temple. Eyes unfocused. I secure his wrists behind his back. Precaution. "Deputy Hayes, Franklin County. You okay?" He blinks, tries to speak. I press a hand to his forehead. Warm but clammy. I call it in. One occupant found unconscious, head injury, need medics. I drag him carefully to the cruiser's open door. He moans. I brace him. He coughs, then goes limp. I lift him in. The cab smells of gasoline and leather. I strap him into the back seat. I close the door gently. Sirens approach. I wave them off until I finish my report. Hayes to dispatch. Victim secured in Unit 42. ETA EMS 2 minutes. I watch headlights sweep the crash. Firefighters erect flood lamps. I lean on the cruiser, sip coffee. My hands tremble. They load him onto a gurney. I follow to the ambulance. Paramedic nods. We've got him. He's alive. Another small mercy. I step back. My radio crackles again. Hayes, 10-4. Be advised, suspect from Maple Lane, BF, is asking for you. My gut twists. I thought he'd be tucked away until morning. I step aside, call him on the radio. Go ahead. A flat voice answers. Deputy Hayes, this is booking. The arrestee wants to see you before we process him. I glance at the crash. On my way. Booking is cold. Fluorescent lights hum overhead. The man sits alone in the glassed interview room. He looks smaller here, hands still cuffed, shoulders hunched. I open the door. He looks up. Hollow eyes, dark circles. He tries a smirk. Fails. I step inside, close the door. Glass pane between us. He whispers, "You saved her." I lean on the table. "She survived, thanks to you going under that bed." He nods slowly. "Did you ever wonder why I was there?" My jaw tightens. "You attacked her. You ran." He cocks his head. "Number I was hiding, waiting." He taps his chest. "I heard someone else." My pulse spikes. "What are you talking about?" He presses a fingertip on the glass. "Underneath, not me." He shakes his head. "Something in that house." I step back. "You expect me to believe that?" He shrugs. "Believe what you want. I did what I did. But I heard her scream before I came out. It wasn't her, not like that." His eyes glisten. "I saw a shape." I swallow. "You're under arrest." He exhales. "Yeah, but you felt it too, right?" He points at my chest. "That hollow." I leave him staring. In the hallway, I lean against the wall. My breath hitches. His words echo. "Something else. A shape." I shake my head. Guilt? Fear? I push it down. Booking clerk eyes me. I nod. I walk on. Back at the station, I rinse coffee from my cup. I stare at the clipboard. 3 incidents in 4 hours. A stabbing, a crash, a possible second presence. My shift partner arrives, Deputy Long. He's fresh, day shift soon. He greets me with tired humor. "Rough night?" I force a grin. "Just another." He glances at my face. "You look beat." "Coffee's on me," I say. We head to the break room. Long pours a cup. He studies me over the rim. "You okay?" I shrug. "Just thinking." I glance at the digital clock, 5:45 a.m. Dawn breaks pale through the blinds. He nods. "Want to talk?" I shake my head. "Not yet." He sits beside me. Silence. The station hums, typing, phones, distant shout. Life goes on. I return to the interview room. The recorder is still on. I step inside reflexively. The room is empty. I press my palm to the glass. I imagine the suspect's silhouette on the other side. I whisper, "What did you see?" No answer. I tap the table. On the recorder's display, 2 hours, 3 minutes of silence after I stopped it. I flick it off. I gather the cables. I leave the room darker than before. Outside, I walk to my cruiser. The morning chill has lifted. I open the door. A folded paper on the passenger seat, my notebook. I didn't leave it. I pick it up. On top, my hastily scrawled line, circled, "I felt watched." Underneath, a new note in different handwriting, "Not alone." My skin prickles. I flip the paper. Nothing else, no signature. I scan the parking lot. No one. My heart hammers. Someone entered my car. Someone knows I wrote that. I slam the door. Lights flicker on the station roof. I climb in. My hands shake as I strap in. I tuck the paper into my jacket pocket. I pull the cruiser into gear. Before I leave, I glance back at the building. Windows reflect the rising sun. I half expect to see a face at the glass, but there's nothing, just walls. I drive off. The note burns in my pocket. I think of the suspect's words, something else in that house, a shape, and now this. My radio crackles with routine traffic. I switch it off. Silence is better. I navigate toward County Road 15. Fields open on both sides. I turn onto a dirt lane leading to the river, my secret spot. I park under a lone oak. Step out. The water glints. I unzip my jacket, pull out the note, flatten it. Not alone. I fold it small, stuff it back. I stare at the river's current, steady, unfeeling. I close my eyes, breathe. I don't know what I saw, don't know what he saw. But I know I'm not alone in feeling watched. The hollowness inside me thrums with it. I get back in, start the engine. I head toward the old church. There's one more place I need to check. I jog across the dew-wet grass toward the side entrance of St. Mary's Church. The ancient wood door sags on rusted hinges. I press my shoulder through, it creaks open. Inside, the nave is shadow and dust. Morning light seeps through stained glass. Crimson and gold shards on stone floor. My boots echo. I sweep the beam of my flashlight along pews. Silence so thick it presses on my ears. I step past the shattered window I noted before. Glass shards glitter. I kneel, inspect the sill. Smudged footprints, muddy, small. Not from last night's crash, fresh. Heart thuds. I rise, follow the prints down the aisle. They lead to the altar rail. Beyond, the sanctuary's empty. I sweep under the altar. Nothing. Then I hear it. A soft scuff, like fabric on stone behind the baptismal font. I circle around. Font's lid cracked. I lift it. Inside, nothing but stale water and floating leaves. I lower it. The scuff again, this time to my right. I swing the beam. Nothing. My breath hitches. I step back. The door slams. Wind or a push? I spin. Door still closed. Light from the street lamp outside flickers through the side window. I approach the door. Run a hand along the frame. Scratch marks gouged into wood. Fresh. I tap my mic. Hayes to dispatch, 10:23 at St. Mary's Church, investigating possible trespass. My voice wavers. I wait, no reply. I step inside deeper. Pews line up like silent witnesses. I pass the confessional booth, door ajar. Kneel, rail overturned. I flash inside, nothing but darkness. I step back. My light catches writing on the wall behind the booth. Faint. Scrawled in what looks like charcoal. Not alone. I swallow. My pulse spikes. This is my note. My handwriting. How did it get here? I snap a photo with my phone. Then the beam flickers. Flashlight dying. I click it. Nothing. My backup light in pocket. I flick it on. Aim at the wall. The words glare back. I step away, heart pounding. Every instinct screams to leave. But I need answers. I kneel, touch the letters. Smudge of charcoal on my glove. I stand and whisper, "Who are you?" No answer. Just the hum of street lamps outside. I back toward the exit, scanning for more marks. Pews, nothing. Floor, nothing. Then, at the threshold, footprints again, muddy, small, leading out. I follow. They trace across the yard toward the riverbank. I step outside. Grass glistens with dew. Footprints vanish at the water's edge. The river flows silent, indifferent. I crouch, study the bank. Disturbed earth. Recent. Something dragged through the mud, toward the water. My stomach knots. I phone dispatch. Hayes, I need marine. Possible body drag. Franklin River, bank near St. Mary's. I hang up. I shine my light along the river. Currents swirl, no shape. But I feel it, watching. Behind me, the church looms. I step back, leave the bank, follow the path rising to the road. The footprints reappear, climbing the embankment, vanish where grass meets asphalt. I stand on County Road 15. Dawn breaks pale. I look back. The church stands silent. The trailer, the crash site, now this. 3 scenes linked by something unseen, something that leaves my note, scratches doors, drags through mud. My radio crackles. Unit 42, Marine en route. I respond, voice tight. 10-4. I drive back toward the station. The river scene replays in my mind. Not alone. The suspect's words, my note. Now this message on chartered church walls. Someone, or something, is taunting me. At the station, I secure evidence. Photo of the scrawl, footprint casts. I file a new report. Possible third-party involvement. Theft, assault, unknown. I categorize under suspicious activity. In the locker room, I change into fresh clothes. My uniform still smells faintly of mud and blood. I rinse it out. I stare at myself in the locker mirror. Eyes bloodshot. I blink. Something moves behind me in reflection. I spin. Empty locker row. I step back, heart pounds. I rub my eyes, the flicker of movement. Hall light stuttered. I step forward, look again. Nothing. I exit to the briefing room. Day shift detectives gather. I give a terse summary. Trailer stabbing, suspects cryptic warning, rollover crash, church graffiti, river drag. They exchange looks. Detective Alvarez frowns. You sure this isn't stress? I shake my head. I photographed it. Footprints match car mud. The note I lay the photo on the table. Alvarez studies it. Your handwriting, he says softly. Deputy, these letters... I meet his gaze. I didn't write it there. Silence. He nods slowly. We'll check surveillance. See who accessed your cruiser. And canvass around the church. I leave them to it. I step outside into bright morning. Sun warms my face. I close my eyes, breathe. I need clarity. Across the lot, the suspect's cruiser sits idle. I walk over. I tap the window. A folded paper on the seat. My note, again, identical. I pick it up, unfold, one word. See? My vision swims. I drop the note. It flutters in the breeze, lands at my feet. I stare at it. Blood drains from my face. I hear footsteps. Look up. No one. Just the station doors. I scoop up the note, stuff it in my pocket. I walk back to my car, get in, lock the doors, radio off. I drive away, faster this time, heart racing. The road out of town is lined with oaks. Their branches arch like ribs. Shadows dance. I grip the wheel. I feel eyes on me. From the woods, the fields, the empty church. I know, now, I am not alone. I ease the cruiser onto County Road 112. The morning sun glares off cracked pavement. My hands tremble on the wheel. I reach into my pocket and unfold the note one last time. See? It stares back. No other words. No signature. I drive past the trailer on Maple Lane. Crime scene tape is gone. The house sits dark and empty. I slow, peer in the window. No movement. I press my forehead to the glass. My reflection wavers. I see hollow eyes. I pull away and head for the riverbank again. Footprints in the mud. My boots from yesterday and smaller prints beside them. I kneel, trace the toe marks. They stop at the water's edge. Nothing dragged out. No body, just scuffed earth and stones. A breeze stirs the reeds. I hear a whisper. Wind through grass or something else? I grip my flashlight, sweep the beam across the surface. Sunlight sparkles. No shape, yet I feel watched. I back up, slip on mud, almost fall. My knee hits the ground. I catch myself. Look back at the river. The current flows steady, mocking. I taste bitterness. I return to the cruiser and drive toward the station. Radio silent. My mind races. Stabbing, crash, church, river, notes. 5 incidents. All linked by one thing, me. At the station, I head to my desk. Reports undone. I sit, open my notebook, blank page. I stare at it. I write, I don't know what happened. Then the words flow without thought. I thought I was alone on these roads. I thought I knew every shadow. But something slipped in behind me. It watched. It whispered. It left my words in places I thought were secure. It forced me to chase myself across the county, to question every step, every call, every decision. The suspects saw it, the walls saw it, the river saw it, and now I see it in every dark corner of my mind. I stop writing. I realize the page is covered in my neat script. No charcoal, no other hand, just mine. Did I write the notes? Did I leave the messages on the church wall? On my cruiser seat? My phone buzzes, a text from dispatch. Unidentified prints found at church. Doesn't match any file. Lab analyzing. Another. Church security camera shows movement. No figure, just flicker. Tape corrupted. I close the notebook, my reflection in the window, hollow, haunted. I touch the glass. Behind me, a soft scrape. I whirl. Empty office. Papers rustle on desks. The fluorescent light flickers. I feel breath on my neck. I turn again. No one. I step into the hallway. My boots echo. At the far end, the interview room. The door's glass panel shows darkness inside. I walk to it, press my palm to the glass. My breath fogs it. Writing appears on the inside surface, scrawled slowly as if by unseen fingers. Always watching. I stagger back. Heart slamming. I press my forehead against the cool glass. The letters smear under my breath. I wipe them away. Nothing underneath but my fingerprint. I step away, lean on the wall. My legs shake. I close my eyes. The corridor lights hum. I hear the distant echo of a door creaking. A whisper. Deputy Hayes. I open my eyes. Silence. I turn and walk out. Outside, the sun is high. Deputies bustle, radios chatter. The county moves on. Crime solved. The woman survived. The boyfriend jailed. The crash victim recovered. Church secured. Yet nothing explained. I slide into the cruiser one last time. I fold the notebook, toss it on the passenger seat. I start the engine. The dash lights glow green. I pull onto the road. Fields sway. Trees stand sentinel. I drive toward the horizon. My radio silent. My mind loud. I feel the hollow inside me, the echo of that scream, the brush of unknown presence. I glance at the rearview mirror. For a moment, I think I see someone, small, in the back seat. A shape, gone when I blink. I swallow. Tighten my grip on the wheel. I walk this road every night. I thought I knew its secrets. Now I know nothing. And whatever followed me, whispered to me, wrote my words. It rides with me still. I keep my eyes on the corner of the desk clock, 3:02, though the numbers blur when I stare too long. The cheap bulb overhead hums, flickers once, then holds. My coffee's gone cold hours ago, but I haven't moved to dump it. I'm Deputy Mallory Hayes, Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Arkansas. I shouldn't still be here, but I need to remember. The call came just after midnight. Suspicious activity at an old trailer park off Highway 64. Caller said she saw someone slipping between units, doors swinging open, then silent. Code 1023. Possible trespass, dispatch said. I knew that meant I'd find nothing, or something I wasn't ready for. I parked under a dying street lamp. Its yellow glow fought the dark. Most nights it loses. The gravel crunched as I stepped out. Air was damp, heavy with summer's end. Cicadas droned somewhere beyond the trailers. I clicked on my flashlight, the beam carving a narrow path. Trailer 12's porch light swung, bulb loose. It cast long shadows across peeling vinyl siding. Wind rattled the screen door. I called out, "Sheriff's office. Anyone inside?" My voice sounded foreign, swallowed by the trailer's hollowness. No answer. I edged forward. Radio mic pressed to my chest. Code 4 so far. I slipped my hand to my holster. Habit more than need. But the cold grip steadied me. Inside, the air reeked of mildew and rotted food. A broken radio lay on the counter, static crackling, then silence. A fallen chair leg scraped the floor as I passed. I froze. Nothing else moved. I took a shallow breath, heard my own heartbeat. Code 4, I whispered back to dispatch. I checked the rest of the unit. A child's toy train sat in the middle of the floor, wheels caked in mud. I shone the light on it. No footprints around it except my own. The picture on the wall showed a family. 2 kids, mother smiling. The glass was cracked. I thought, someone left in a hurry, or never came back. Through the living area, I saw the bathroom door half open, scraping. Soft fingernails on porcelain. I drew in air, counted to 3, then pushed. The tub was empty, but the drain held murky water and threads of fabric. Fresh footprints led out through a hole in the thin wall. Someone crawled here. I tapped Mike. Back up to Rosewood Trailer Park. Possible entry breach. Need units on scene. No answer yet. This place was a radio dead zone. I slipped through the gap. The next trailer's carpet was damp, musty. The window was ajar. Curtains billowed like ghosts. I stepped outside onto grass wet with dew. My boots sank slightly. Tire tracks, 2 parallel lines, led west toward a shuttered mini-market at the park's edge. I moved fast, heart thudding, each breath a puff in the beam. Market door locked, but light glowed. Open. I jiggled the handle. It clicked. Inside, shelves were empty. Register drawer open. I swept the flashlight. Long aisles, toppled cans, a smear of dark red on the linoleum. Blood. My pulse kicked. No body. I crouched, traced the smear to the back storage door. I pried it open. Pallets formed narrow corridors. At the end, a padlocked office door. I slipped handcuffs from belt, used them to jimmy the latch. Silent click. Inside, desk overturned, drawers emptied. On the wall, "They're always watching," scrawled in charcoal. Jagged letters. Urgent. I snapped a photo with body cam. Fingers shook. Finally, radio crackled. "Hayes, this is Simmons." "Where are you?" Relief hit like a wave. "Mini-market back room. I've got something." I felt foolish. 3 hours into the shift and I was rattled. Simmons arrived with crews. We swept again. Nothing alive, nothing dead, just that message. Dispatch flagged a new call. Abandoned vehicle on Highway 278, engine running. Could be related. I exchanged a look with Simmons. He nodded. We piled into the cruiser. I drove. Headlights sliced through thick night. The highway lay empty, cornfields on either side. Wind whispered through cracked window. The sedan sat half in a ditch, doors closed. I approached slow. Engine idled. Radio static crackled. I circled. Mud on driver's seat. I opened the trunk. Inside, a bent Georgia State Patrol badge, name rubbed away. Below, a blood-soaked jacket. My stomach turned. Someone had been hurt, maybe killed. A twig snapped. I spun. Cruz's cruiser lights dimmed behind me. He stepped out, flashlight low. Thought I heard something. His voice trembled. I pointed. Through the beam, a figure at the tree line, still, pale. I ordered Cruz back. He froze. I clicked my holster open. "Stay here." He nodded, but took a step forward. The figure stepped into the light. A teenager, mud-caked, eyes hollow. "Help me," he rasped, no weapon. I cuffed him gently. "You're safe." He shook, tears mixing with grime. "They'll kill me if they find me." I called Code 33, medical and protective custody. As sirens approached, I thought of that badge. Who lost it? And that message, "They're watching." Who are they? Now the concrete floor beneath me is cold. I hover by the mic. My confession spills in hushed tones. Department paperwork will call it trespassing, maybe assault, but I know there's a predator using the night, preying on those alone. I taste blood where I bit my lip. My hand trembles on the desk. I thought I'd seen everything in 7 years on patrol. I was wrong. Outside, the sun threatens. I haven't slept. I can't forget the boys' eyes. They asked me to protect. Tonight, I barely protected myself. The radio hums, waiting. I lean in, my voice cracks. They're still out there. I step back, into the glow of the station's break room, but it feels colder now, like the trailer park's draft followed me inside. My recorder clicks on. No preamble, no titles. The boy's eyes won't leave my mind. I drove him to the substation for medical and a statement. He sat on that hard bench, shivering in sweat-soaked clothes, and stared at the floor. I asked, "What happened after you left the market?" He looked up, hollow. "They made me run," he said. "Said if I stayed, I'd disappear." He wouldn't name names. Wouldn't say where they came from. Just that voice. Distant. Commanding. I released him to EMS. He went silent once the medics took over. I watched through the one-way glass. Watched him vanish into the ambulance, eyes glazed. I thought I should feel relief. Instead, the knot in my chest tightened. I grabbed fresh coffee, black, and sipped. Burned the inside of my lip. Good. I needed something real to feel. The station was empty. Filing cabinets loomed like graves. I ran a hand over the dented countertop. Thought of that scrawl. "They're always watching." Who writes that and walks away? Whoever did it knew I'd come looking. I pulled the cruiser back onto Highway 278. Wanted to retrace the tracks. Moon had dipped. Headlights carved white slashes. Corn stalks bowed in the wind. I slowed near where the sedan lay. Tire ruts still pressed into the shoulder. I parked and stepped out. No backup this time. Just me and the hum of my own thoughts. I crouched by the tracks. The soil was soft, turned recently. I pressed a gloved finger into the groove. Moisture, fresh. I followed the line away from the road, into the field. Feet sank in mud. The stalks whispered secrets. Each breath felt loud. I saw footprints, boot prints and smaller prints side by side. Someone guided him here. I kept moving. The tracks led to an old service road, half overgrown. At its end, a locked chain-link gate. Faded sign, property of Blackwood Farms, no trespassing. I jiggled the chain, no give. But the lock was a cheap padlock. I popped it with my cuffs again. Gate swung open with a protest. Beyond lay a barn, silhouette sharp against pre-dawn sky. Windows boarded. I clicked on my flashlight, swept the beam across corrugated metal. No sound. Then, a door ajar. I eased inside. Hay. The smell of old hay and livestock. Rusted tools hung on walls. In the center, a single folding chair faced away from me. I stepped closer, heart in my throat. On the chair, the blood-soaked jacket from the trunk, draped as if someone had just slipped out of it. Badge pinned to the backrest, Georgia State Patrol, crest up. I swallowed. I circled. The dirt floor was scuffed. Footprints led behind a stack of crates. I shone the light there, nothing but darkness. I called softly, "Deputy Hayes, Franklin County." "Come out slowly." My voice shook more than I'd like. A shuffle. I swung the beam. A figure hunched. A man, mid-20s, clothes ragged. He blinked at me. Eyes wild. He opened his mouth, closed it. Then whispered, "You shouldn't have followed." I raised my weapon. "Who are you? What did you do to him?" I gestured toward the jacket. He shook his head. "He's not here." I stepped forward. He backed away, tripped over a crate, crashed to the floor. "I saw them," he gasped. "They come at night. They watch from the fields. They pick someone, anyone alone, and drag them off." He pointed outside. "Rows of corn. They melt into it." He spat dust. "You find footprints that vanish, clothes left behind, no body, no blood, just watching." My jaw clenched. "Who? People?" He laughed, hollow. "Not people. Not exactly." He crawled backward, eyes on the rafters. They have eyes everywhere. He tapped his temple. "Here." He scrawled in dust on a crate. "Another message. You're next." My stomach lurched. He bolted upright, sprinted past me through the barn door. I hesitated. Protocol says call backup. But I ran after him. Outside, fields stretched endless. He vanished into the stalks. I chased, breath burning. Corn whipped my face. I lost him. I stopped. Silence pressed in, no footsteps, no hint of movement, just the wind. I radioed dispatch. Hayes, unknown suspect, fled into cornfield at Blackwood Barn. Need assistance. Static crackled. Copy, backup en route. I waited. Darkness gave way to pale light. The field looked benign in dawn's glow. I stepped in, footprints, mine, his, then nothing. The mud ended, soil dry, no sign of struggle. I shone my light along the rows. Nothing but green. I thought of the boy, the message in the market. Now this. Pattern. Someone abducts, drops the victim's jacket and badge, leaves a warning. They're watching? You're next. It's ritual, calculated. I felt the weight of every solitary shift I've ever worked. All the empty roads, the silent houses. This predator uses isolation as a weapon. Backup arrived, Simmons, Cruz, 2 more deputies. They swept the field, drones overhead. K9 unit called, nothing. I watched the tracker move between the rows, no heat signature. It was as if he melted into the earth. We left the barn locked, taped it off. Report filed, missing person, possible abduction, evidence collected. But the jacket and badge, they're mine now, evidence. I bagged them. Now I'm back at the desk. The recorder's light blinks. My voice is husky. They're out there, we know nothing. And I know one thing for sure. You don't chase them, they chase you. I stop the tape. My hands tremble. I should sleep, but I can't. I glance at the clock. 6:37. Sunrise in 20 minutes. I lean back, eyes on the ceiling. The station is empty, but I feel watched. Every creak of the vents, every flicker of light feels like someone's eyes. I reach into my pocket, child's toy train, muddy. I don't remember picking it up, but I have it. I drop it on the desk. It rolls once, stops. I whisper to the quiet room, they left this for me. I stand. I walk out. The door closes behind with a thud. The recorder's light still blinks. The tape will be reviewed. They'll see my eyes, hear my voice. But they won't understand what I felt in that corn. How the rows seemed to lean in, listening. I walk toward my cruiser. The morning air is cool. I stare at the field. No movement. I slide in, door clicking. Engine starts. I drive away slowly, but I keep glancing in the mirror. The stalks sway. Maybe the figure stands there watching me go, or maybe it's just the wind. Either way, I know it's not over. And I won't stop until I know who they are, until I fill that blank in my mind. Because the graveyard shift doesn't end at sunrise. It follows you home. And sometimes it never lets you go. My head pounds as the station empties for the morning shift change. I tuck the muddy toy train into my jacket pocket. Evidence, I tell myself, though it feels like a warning. The recorder's red light blinks. I hit play. My voice sounds hollow. I pause it and stand. The break room is silent. Fluorescent hum. I lean my forehead on cool tile. I shouldn't still be chasing this, but I can't stop. The field gave nothing back. The boy vanished. The barn yielded only threats scrawled in dust. I drag a chair to the evidence locker. Simmons walks in, bleary-eyed. "You okay?" he asks. I shrug. He sees the train on the table. "Where'd that come from?" I show him the pocket. He frowns. Chain of custody nightmare. I nod. I know, but someone left it there. He sighs. Jesus. Hayes, maybe you need rest. I stare at him. Rest or answers? He doesn't reply. Back at my desk, I pull up the body cam footage from the market. Static, then me entering. I scrub forward. At 3:18, my torch beam passes over the shelf where the blood was. I slow it down, frame by frame. There, a flash. Something white against the dark shelf, not blood. A hand? No, a slip of paper. I rewind. I didn't see it live. I zoom in, a folded scrap wedged under a can. I pause. Heart thumps. I extract the frame. The paper is too small to read. I grab latex gloves. I reopen the evidence bag holding the cans. I fish out the scrap with tweezers. It's a piece of a child's drawing. A crude sketch of a trailer, a barn, a cornfield, all connected by arrows. Beneath, in tiny scrawl, "Follow the path." I press my thumb against it. The graphite smears. Someone meant for me to find this. I tape it to my notebook. I draw the arrows bigger. Trailer park, market, barn, cornfield, a circuit, a trap. I feel queasy. Whoever made this map has been here before. They know the ground. They know me. I call dispatch. Run a check on missing persons in Franklin County for the last month. Rural areas, transient populations. Dispatch. You want juveniles as well? I hesitate. Yes, all ages. The list comes back sparse. 3 runaways, 1 unreported. None match the boy yet. Names, ages, last seen near Rosewood. I print and highlight the addresses. I drive to the first address, an abandoned farmhouse off County Road 17. By the time I arrive, midday sun burns off the chill. The house sags, windows boarded, grass waist high. I step out, radio silent. No backup. I feel the weight of the shift still in my bones. I cross the yard, crunching broken glass. Front door hangs on one hinge. Inside, dust motes float in sunbeams. Wallpaper peels. On the floor, footprints. Adult boot prints. Smaller prints alongside. They lead to the kitchen, where a chair lies on its side. I crouch. On the table, a mason jar half filled with brown liquid. I sniff. It's just old tea. Next to it, a scrap of fabric. The boy's jacket? No, different pattern. Dark denim. I bag it. I follow the prints upstairs. At the top, a child's bedroom. A single bed, mattress stained. On the pillow, a scribbled note. They watch from above. I freeze. Above, the attic. I climb the narrow stairs, flashlight dancing on rafters. Floorboards creak underfoot. In the attic's corner, a hatch. I push it open. Inside, nothing but insulation. Yet I feel eyes on me. I drop to my knees, brush insulation aside. There, tucked between beams, is a cracked smartphone. I slip it into evidence. No case. I power it on. The screen flickers. Locked. I take it to Cruz at Tech. He cracks the pin. 0000, default. Inside, photos. Hundreds of grainy images. Empty fields, rusted trailers, dark barns. One folder labeled Watchers. I scroll. Faces, no shadows, shapes. Tall silhouettes at field edges. The last photo, me at the market, back turned, flashlight in hand. Timestamp 3:19, someone snapped it. My blood runs cold. They photographed me. I show Cruz. He goes pale. This is wrong. I nod. They're documenting me. He asks if I want to report this. I shake my head. Not yet. I need to know who before I alert the department. If they have insiders, I don't know whom I can trust. I sit in my cruiser at Rosewood Trailer Park again. The trailers seem empty, but I see movement in the corner of my eye. Curtain flicker. I call into the radio. Hayes checking sector. Code 4 so far. My voice echoes. I step into trailer 7. The floor sags. I don't bother calling out. I walk. In the back room, the air is colder. I point my light at the wall. Scratches. Deep gouges in the vinyl. I crouch. On the floor, another scrap, half a child's toy train wheel. I bag it. Suddenly, my radio crackles. "Deputy, you copy?" Simmons. I answer. Be advised, CAF. Unit spotted someone matching juvenile's description near the east entrance. I thank him. Heart thuds. I exit the trailer. On the grass, footprints, fresh, no mud, just dew. They head toward the market. The same loop. I follow. At the market's back door, I find a set of keys on the ground. Sheriff's office keys, truck keys. I pick them up. My cruiser key fob is missing. Someone stole it. Panic. If they have my keys, they can come to the station. They can come to my home. I stow them. I run to my car. Spare key works. I start the engine. I drive to the barn at Blackwood Farms. I park on the service road. Gate still taped. I cut the tape, unlatch padlock. I step inside the barn again. It smells of hay and fear. The folding chair is gone, the jacket and badge removed. In their place, 3 more scraps of paper taped to the wall. You followed. You chased. Now they follow you. I trace each. My hand shakes. I photograph them. I feel watched. I spin. Nothing. Silence. I leave the barn. I pass the cornfield, the stock's tower. I walk in 2 steps, then back out. I mark the edge with tape. I call for K9. By the time the dog arrives, I'm back at my cruiser. The dog searches. Handler radios. No scent. The field swallowed everything. I return to the station. I lock the barn evidence in my locker. Keys, train wheel, phone, scraps. I pull out my notebook. I draw the loop again. Farmhouse, trailers, market, barn, field. A closed circuit. Someone led me through it, taught me its shape. I flip pages. A new entry. They know my routes. I update the report. I write, possible organized predator using abandoned rural infrastructure. Subject unknown. Evidence collected. I file it under urgent. I leave it on the chief's desk with a note. Read before tonight's shift. I try to eat. The cafeteria food tastes like cardboard. I push peas around. My stomach twists. I think of the boy vanishing in the corn. I think of the phone's photos. Someone clicked while I chased shadows. Someone waits. I step outside. The sun is high. Heat shimmers off asphalt. I close my eyes. I see the barn's darkness. The trailer's hush. The market's neon static. I hear the cicadas. I feel breath on my neck. I walk back inside. I grab my recorder. I hit record. They mapped the shift, I say. They studied my patterns. They know the roads I drive alone. They know the places no one else checks. I thought the graveyard shift was about empty roads and quiet houses. It's about empty minds, theirs and mine. They fill the void with terror. I stop. I breathe. My voice catches. I turn off the recorder. I tuck it away. I gather the evidence bag with scraps and photos. I walk to the armory. I sign out another flashlight, extra magazines, a patrol rifle. I'm supposed to be off until 1800 hours, but I won't go home. Not now. I'm back at Rosewood Trailer Park. The sun angles low, shadows deepen. I check each unit's door, each window. I shine light under vehicles. I call dispatch. Haze, all clear for now. I hang up. I step into trailer 12 one last time. The tub's drain is empty now. No fabric, no footprints. Someone cleaned it. Someone erased their track. But the map remains in my notebook. I leave. I walk past the burned-out porch lamp. I glance at the tree line. No movement. I feel a presence anyway. I drive the circuit again. Farmhouse, market, barn. Each place I pause, breathe deep, listen. The world feels hollow. I sense eyes. The sun dips behind trees. Evening shift arrives. I meet Simmons at the gate to the barn. He says, "You sure about this?" I nod. "They'll come tonight." He nods. "We'll be ready." I slip inside the barn ahead of him. I set up my recorder on a crate. I press record. This is Deputy Mallory Hayes. If this is the last recording, know they got me in the end. They follow the path, they wait in the quiet, and they won't stop until they fill every empty space. I stop it. Silence. The crate beneath me creaks. I tuck the recorder into my jacket. I step back into the field as twilight falls. I look east. The corn stretches endless. I step off the barn's porch plank onto the first row. The stalks close behind me. I walk in, each step muffled. The world narrows to the rustle of leaves, my pulse in my ears. I don't know how long I walk. The light dies. I raise my flashlight. The beam trembles. I see footprints, my own, and beside them, smaller prints. They circle around me, always watching. I stop, heart hammers. I call into the dark, "Show yourself." My voice echoes. No answer. Then the beam catches something. Shiny metal half buried in soil. I crouch. It's a child's locket. Inside, a photo of the boy, smiling. I press it open. The glass cracks. I drop it. It falls silent. Behind me, something moves. I whirl. Stalks sway. A figure stands at the edge of light, tall, featureless. I step backward. The beam swings up. Nothing. I step forward. Again, the locket. I pick it up. I hear breath. Not mine. I raise my rifle. "Come out!" The field answers with wind. I step back toward the barn. Every leaf seems to whisper. I run. The stalks part. I burst into the barn's open door. Simmons flips on his torch. "Hayes?" he whispers. I hold up the locket. "They left this." His face goes white. I collapse against the wall. My legs give out. He kneels. "We're getting you out." I shake my head. One more thing. I hold the locket out. He takes it. On the back, scratched. "Graveyard knows." I close my eyes. Night will come. The barn will fill with deputies. Dogs will scour the field. Drones will hum overhead. They will find nothing. I stand. I shoulder my rifle. I step into the field again. I follow the prints away from the barn, away from safety, because they mapped the shift. They know I can't stop, and I know, if I don't follow, they win the silence. I disappear into the stalks. My flashlight winks out. I step forward into the corn, the muddy locket heavy in my hand. The stalks close behind me, snapping shut like jaws. My flashlight beam trembles across wet leaves. Every direction looks the same. My breath fogs in the chill that wasn't there before. I check my watch by reflex. Dead battery, of course. I stow it and press on, guided by the narrow beam. Footprints, mine and the boys', veer deeper. I follow both. The earth smells of rot and promise. Every step echoes in my skull. The locket swings, clicking open, revealing his face. I whisper, "I'm coming." The field answers with silence. Suddenly, the beam catches something, a small clearing. At its center, the boy stands, back turned, shoulders shaking. Relief and dread war in me. I call softly, "Hey, are you okay?" He doesn't move. I step closer. The ground is littered with scraps, train wheels, fabric threads, shards of that drawing. A shrine. He turns, face blank, eyes too large, reflecting my light. He lifts a finger, points past me. I follow the direction, nothing but endless stalks. I look back. He's gone. The clearing is empty save for the debris. My heart hammers. I scoop up the scraps. This ritual, they invited me. I gather the pieces, the wheel, the fabric, the map fragments, the locket. I tuck them in my vest. I need to burn them, destroy the circuit. I run toward the barn. The door is closed. I kick it open. Simmons and Cruz jump. He was here. I hold up my hands. Empty field, shrine. I thrust debris at Cruz. He frowns, takes it. "What now?" he asks. I slide to the floor. We end the loop. I pull my lighter. Flame trembles. I drop scraps on the dirt floor. They ignite slow. Cardboard, fabric, paper, Smoke coils. The shrine's ashes scatter. Simmons shines his light on me. "You good?" I nod, voice gone. I stand. We reload weapons. We exit into dusk. The field waits. We sweep with K9 again. Dog sniffs the barn's scorched floor. Nothing. We search the clearing. No footprints but ours. The shrine's gone, as if it never existed. I drive back to the station, stunned quiet between us. I bag the locket. Cruz locks it in evidence. He looks at me. "You broke it?" I manage a wan smile. "Maybe." I walk away. I sit before the recorder. The red light glares. I press record. They wanted me to follow. I burned their markers. But they'll rebuild. They always do. You can't outrun the graveyard shift because it lives in empty places, in the spaces between heartbeat and breath. Tonight I burned the shrine. But I didn't find them, and they didn't find me. Yet. I stop. I leave the recorder on the desk. I walk out. The station lights hum. Outside, the field sways under street lamps. No patrol cars left. I head to my cruiser. My phone buzzes. A text from dispatch. Found phone belonging to missing deputy. Trailer park, Unit 8. My blood runs cold. I tap for details. Photo attachment. The Georgia badge, pinned on Trailer 8's door, shining under the porch light. Below it, scratched on wood, "Nice try." I drop the phone. The cornfield looms beyond. I look at the barn's silhouette. They're still there, waiting. I climb into the cruiser. The engine's cold. I turn the key. Nothing. They drain the battery. I step out. The night air presses in. My rifle and flashlight sit on the seat. I grab both. I walk toward the field. Each stalk whispers. I hold up the flashlight. Beam steady. I step into the dark green corridor. They know I'm coming, and I know I'll never leave empty-handed. I pull onto the oil field road under a crackling sodium lamp. The wind is dry. It rattles the underside of my patrol truck like distant bones. I kill the engine. The idling hum dies. Silence hangs between the pump jacks, broken only by the soft click of my door latch. My voice on the radio, Echo 52, 10-7 on scene. Grid expansion advised. I hear my own words echo back through static. I pause. Wait. Nothing. That's how it always starts. The ranch hand's truck sits 50 yards ahead, headlights still on, casting long shadows across the mesquite. Doors locked, engine warm, keys in the ignition. I step out, boots crunching gravel. My breath puffs in short bursts. I set my flashlight on the hood. The beam cuts a pale arc into the dark. No footprints lead away. Just tire tracks vanishing into the barrel of night. I tap the mic again. "Base, this is Echo 52. Any sign of him?" Silence. I scroll channels. Static. Then the faint hiss of the wind through scrub. That sound catches in my chest, the world breathing around an absence. I kneel and run gloved fingers through the gravel. No prints. Nothing but the truck's own path. I stand. The cage of the radio crackles. A voice. "Copy that. K9 team en route." I acknowledge. I move off the road into the brush, flashlight angled low. Every branch looks like a broken bone, every shadow a vanished shape. I inhale the dry dust, taste metal at the back of my throat. My pulse shifts. I've been here before. 20 minutes later, the dogs arrive. Handler's name is Ruiz. He breathes into his collar mic. Dog's on point. A German shepherd steps forward, nose to ground. It moves toward the cattle guard, sniffs the empty air, then stops. Head tilts. The dog's ears prickle. It takes one step forward, then retreats. Handler pats its flank. Nothing, no scent. He shrugs. Must have drifted off. We sweep the fence line. I mark each gate, Open, closed, locked. All normal, yet wrong. I feel it in the hush between each breath. We find a discarded water bottle, no label, half full, stuck in mud by the riverbank. I bag it as evidence. The dog wags its tail, unconcerned. I envy that. By 4 a.m., search deputies fan out across 8 square miles. Headlights bob over oil field roads. We call grid expansions. Someone radios in, heat signature false alarm, just cattle. Another, found an empty tent. I listen to the chatter. The department map glows on the laptop screen. Red pins mark no sign. Blue pins mark cattle. The missing man's name sits at the top. Joshua Miller, age 33. Code 8, missing adult. I shut the laptop, push back from the desk. The station is empty. Clock reads 4:47. I drive back out alone. Cab light off, only headlights. I follow Joshua's tire tracks into the black. At the cattle guard, I stop again. The truck is gone, not Joshua's, mine. I left my truck here, now it's vanished. I kill the engine. Silence. I step into the fence gap. Walk the guard. The ground is firm. I squat by the barbed wire, no footprints. Nothing but dust and the smell of oil. I lean forward and whisper, "Where did you go?" The answer comes in the wind, a dry sigh through the mesquite. I stand, radio crackles. Deputy Marquez, Echo 52, you copy? Backup's here. I click mic. Copy, out here alone. I wait, hear her headlights crest the hill. When she arrives, she kills her engine. We exchange nods. No words. We retrace steps. Nothing new. Back at the station, I track calls. The mother phoned at 6 a.m. She left a voicemail. "Any news on Joshua? Please, just tell me something." I listen. Her voice trembles. I press eject. I don't call back. Not yet. I drive home at dawn. The sky bleeds pale. I park in my driveway. Porch light still on. My wife forgets sometimes. I kill it. Step inside. The house is cold. I shrug off my jacket. The radio in my pocket buzzes with an unread alert. New tip. Abandoned well site 12 miles south. I ignore it. I toss keys on the counter. Boots by the door. My wife stirs in the bedroom. I lie down. My mind races along oil field roads, following footprints that end in nothing. I sleep 2 hours. Dream of headlights veering off Route 12. A porch light glowing in a house with no one home. A radio crackling then dying. I wake at 10 o'clock. The tip still waits. I stare at the ceiling. My fingers twitch. I reach for the radio, hold it in my palm. The static hums. I breathe. Then I set it down. I haven't called the mother back. I won't until I have something real. Until I find something. Because every time I speak, I break the silence. And silence is all Joshua left behind. The abandoned well site sits off County Road 231, half swallowed by mesquite and tumbleweed. Headlight beams catch the rusted rim of the casing. No roof, no pump, just a yawning black cylinder. My radio crackles. K9 negative, metal detector clear. I nod at my partner, Deputy Marquez, though she can't see me in the dark. She's running the scanner. I'm watching the shadows. I kill the truck's engine. The world goes silent. Even the coyotes pause. I step to the well's edge, flashlight in hand. The beam drops into the shaft, pitch black. I shine downward, but the light vanishes within 10 feet. No ladder, nothing, just emptiness. I feel the hairs on my neck lift. Echo 52, I say into the mic. Looks undisturbed, no sign of Joshua. Copy, Marquez replies. We combed the perimeter. No footprints. I crouch by the rim, peer over. The concrete lip is clean. No scuff marks, no drag lines. If someone fell in, there'd be debris. Rocks, dirt, broken branches. But this is pristine, as if the well swallowed him whole and wiped the rim clean behind it. I stand. The wind stirs dust at my boots. I sweep the brush with my light, nothing but the shape of mesquite and the long bones of dead grass. I step back, heart ticking. I reach into my coat and pull out the half-buried water bottle we bagged earlier. The label's gone, peeled away by mud. I twist the cap, dry. I drop it back into evidence bag. The click of the zipper sounds loud. Marquez steps up. "What are you thinking?" I shake my head. Nothing fits. She watches me, quiet, then, "Check the radio again." I raise the handset, scan channels, static, then, barely, a whisper behind the hiss, like someone breathing into the mic. I freeze. "Did you hear that?" She nods. "Replay?" I play the last 30 seconds. The static bulges, and for a fraction of a second I swear I hear, "Don't come," then nothing. Just wind. I rewind. Listen again, it's gone. The waveform is flat. No voice, no breach in the noise. My fingers tremble on the handset. "Must be interference," I say, but my voice sounds small. We leave the well. Back in the truck, I log the find. Well, site negative. Audio anomaly unconfirmed. I don't note the tremor in my hands. I drive back toward Van Zandt, headlights on low beam. The scanner sits between us, silent now. At the station, I replay the recording on my laptop. I boost gain, run noise reduction filters, loop the clip. Nothing. The file is clean static, no whisper. I lean back, stare at the ceiling. I think of Joshua's mother listening for a word. I close the laptop. I head to the locker room. Swap my uniform shirt for civilian clothes. I need to look normal for the press conference. At noon, the sheriff holds court. Search continues. We remain hopeful. Flashbulbs pop. I stand behind him, nod politely. I catch the mother's eye in the crowd, red-rimmed, hollow. She mouths, "Anything?" I shake my head. She turns away. Afterward, I return to my truck. The scanner crackles to life on its own. Echo 52, Echo 52, is anyone there? The voice is distant, distorted. I slam the lid. Damn ghost channel, I mutter. Marquez glances at me. "You okay?" I nod, but my stomach knots. I drive home. On the dash, the scanner lies silent. My phone buzzes. Voicemail from dispatch. New tip. Someone saw a figure at the old Turner Ranch, 3 a.m. I delete it. I don't want to know. I pull into my driveway. The porch light flickers. I kill the scanner. I step inside. My daughter's music drifts from her room. I pause, hand on the door. I picture Joshua's mother waiting by her phone. I think of the well's black mouth. I think of the voice that wasn't there. I flip the light switch and the house snaps bright. Normal, but I can't shake the quiet. I set the scanner on the kitchen table. It hums softly, even turned off. I drop my keys. The hum lingers. I lie on the couch, pull a blanket over me. I stare at the scanner. The house breathes around me. Silence stretched thin. I close my eyes. In the back of my mind, I hear that half-heard whisper, "Don't come," and then nothing. I sleep fitfully. Dream of Joshua standing at the well's edge, legs dangling over emptiness. He turns, looks at me, eyes empty, and steps backward into the black. I wake, heart pounding, at 2:47 a.m. The scanner lights up. I bolt upright. It displays static, then scrolls one line of text. "Seal it." The letters fade. I grab the scanner. It goes dark. I sit in the dark. Quiet stretches. I whisper into the hush, "What do you want me to seal?" No answer, just the dry wind rattling the house. I wake before dawn, heart still hammering from the scanner's message. "Seal it." The words aren't mine, but they echo in my skull. I sit on the edge of the couch, legs heavy. hands wrapped around the scanner like it's a lifeline. The display is blank. The kitchen clock glares 3:12 a.m. I should call dispatch, log the event, but I don't. I power down the unit, tuck it beneath the couch. Whatever I'm chasing, it isn't standard procedure. I throw on boots and grab my coat. No radio, no backup. I drive toward the Turner Ranch tip, 3 miles east of town, along a washboard road that rattles the truck's frame. The dash light flickers. Wind gusts batter the cab. I kill the lights. The night goes black. Only the moon glints off fence wires. I step out. The air is cold for April. 46 degrees, but the wind feels colder, cuts through denim and flesh. The Turner place sits behind a sagging gate. The sign reads, "Private Property," in peeling white paint. I squeeze through the gate hinge, disturb a scatter of gravel. Footprints lead toward the corral, then vanish in soft dirt. No hoof prints, no boot prints past that point. I sweep the area with my flashlight. Horse trough half full, water still, no horses, no animals. I call into the dark, Van Zandt Sheriff's Office. Anyone out here? My voice sounds small. The beam settles on the barn. Boards, weather gray, doors ajar. I creep forward. My hand hovers over my weapon, but I don't draw. I'm not expecting a human. I'm expecting absence. Inside the barn, the beam picks out hay bales stacked 6 feet high. A pitchfork leans against a post. I step between bales. The air is musty, sweet with decay. I sweep left. Nothing. I sweep right. My flashlight grazes a white shape on the floor. A folded shirt, children's size, clean. It shouldn't be here. I kneel, heart thudding. The shirt bears a small stain, rust or blood. I can't tell in the low light. I bag it mentally as evidence. My radio crackles, Marquez's voice. Echo 52, status? I hesitate, then, at Turner Ranch, shirt found, no other sign. Copy that. Deputies en route. I step back. The shirt lies alone, no footprints to it, no prints away. I stare at it, expecting movement. It stays still. I move deeper. The barn floor slopes toward a trapdoor embedded in concrete. I didn't know it was here. The lid is warped, edges splintered, rusted hinges. I press down. It creaks. I step back. My flashlight trembles. Something about that door feels wrong. I radio in. Echo 52, found trapdoor in barn, appears recently disturbed. Requesting engineer for structural assessment. Marquez. Copy. ETA 10 minutes. I crouch by the door. Roots snake through cracks in the concrete. The gap beneath the lid reveals blackness. I lean in. The smell hits me. Damp earth, mildew, something metallic, copper and rust. My stomach twists. I want to climb down. I want to run. I press my palm to the lid. It's warm. Unexpectedly warm, as if heat seeps from below. Marquez? You seeing this? I whisper. She steps up. I point. She nods, breath shallow. We share that look. Law enforcement training telling us not to enter alone. Human instinct telling us we've already crossed the line. We back away. I radio dispatch. Echo 52, structure unstable, do not enter, need concrete seal. Silence. Then, understood. Seal it. I close the lid. The barn feels smaller. I run my hand along the wood. Rough, splintered. I shine my light at the ceiling, gulls of darkness. The silence presses in. I step outside. In the pale moonlight, the Turner house sits 50 yards away. Porch, light on, no car in the drive. I walk the path. Porch steps creak underfoot. I pause at the door, push it open. The hall light flickers. Wallpaper peeling. Family photos on a side table. A little girl in a sundress. A boy on a dirt bike. A man and woman smiling. The girl's face is circled in red pen on the glass, drawn recently. I trace the circle with my fingertip. cold. I lift the frame. The photo backing is damp. I set it down. The hallway leads to an open living room, couch cushions askew, coffee table overturned. A child's doll lies face down in the carpet. No children, no family. I sweep the room, no footprints. My boots leave imprints in the dust. I follow them to the kitchen. Cabinets open, plates empty. A kettle on the stove, water cold, refrigerator door ajar. Inside, a half-eaten sandwich, 2 glasses, one with lipstick stain. I bag the glasses in my mind. I step to the sink. Water drips from the tap, slow, steady. I turn it off. The last drop rings in the silence. In the dining room, a single chair pulled out. A notebook on the floor. I pick it up. Child's handwriting. They watch from below. Don't let them out. Pages torn. The last entry reads, "Mommy says the hole is hungry." I swallow hard. The words hang in the stale air. My radio crackles. Echo 52, engineer on site. They'll seal the barn within the hour. I glance at the notebook, the circle on the photo, the shirt in the barn, the trap door. The drill of procedure wars with the thrum of dread in my veins. I close the notebook. I leave it on the dining table. I step outside. The wind stirs tumbleweed across the yard. I glance back. The porch light flickers. The house looks empty, abandoned. But the circle remains on the window, a silent witness. I walk to my truck. Marquez is waiting by the barn. She nods. I nod back. We drive off. Behind us, the barn's trapdoor lies sealed once more, concrete poured, lid covered. The ground still steams faintly. I log the incident. Turner Ranch. Evidence collected, shirt, notebook, photo. Trapdoor sealed per order. I omit my suspicion. I omit the taste of copper in my mouth. I omit the quiet promise in that child's scrawl. I pull onto the highway. The sky lightens. Dawn bleeds pink across the horizon. I think of the missing ranch hand, Joshua Miller, lost in April's darkness. I think of the child who wrote of hunger below. I think of the well site, the empty brush, the whisper on the scanner. I park at the station. I step inside. The dispatcher looks up. "Anything?" I shake my head. "Working leads." She nods. I pass her. In the locker room, I drop the notebook into evidence. The shirt into the locker. I flip the light off. In the break room, I boil water for coffee. The pot gurgles. I watch the drip. I think of the drips in the Turner kitchen. The drips in the cave beneath Halverson. The slow drip of time consuming every case file. I pour my coffee, black. I return to my desk, files stacked. Miller, Turner child, the old Halverson case. I open the Miller file, photo of Joshua's mother, eyes bright with hope. I close it. I open the Turner file. Photo of the little girl, red-circled face. I close it. I open the Halverson file, the badge, the recorder, the sealed cave. I close it. I sit back. Silence in the station. The scanner on my desk hums softly, even off. I lean forward, whisper to the empty room. What now? No answer but the drip of the coffee pot and the soft turning of case file pages. I don't remember driving back to the Turner Ranch seal site later that afternoon, but I found myself standing at the edge of the concrete patch as dusk settled. The county had dropped enough cement to bury that trapdoor for good. The surface was smooth, still wet in places, reflecting the last glow of sunset. I knelt, traced a finger through the grit, left a shallow groove. It felt like crossing a line. My radio lay on the truck's passenger seat, silent. I grabbed it, clicked the power. Static hissed, then the faintest pulse, like a heartbeat. I keyed the mic, Echo 52 checking in. Nothing. The hissing swallowed my words. I turned it off. I stepped back. The wind kicked up dust devils across the yard. the barn's silhouette dark against the sky. No movement, no sound. I closed my eyes, felt the heat of the concrete through my jeans, the memory of that child's shirt, folded, waiting under splintered boards, the notebook's final line. Mommy says the hole is hungry. I opened my eyes. The barn looked empty. I walked away. Night shift began at 10 o'clock. The station was quiet. I brewed coffee, black, 2 sugars. I settled into the briefing room as Deputy Marquez laid out the overnight calls. Petty theft at a convenience store, a domestic disturbance cleared without arrest, and a possible prowler scare at a mobile home park. False alarm. No missing persons leads. I nodded along. My mind drifted back to the Turner seal. I glanced at Marquez. Her eyes were rimmed with fatigue. She caught my look and gave a half shrug. We both carried the same weight. At 11:15, dispatch paged me. New, 10-8, possible sighting of Miller near Sand Creek Bridge, southbound. My pulse spiked. I grabbed my coat. Marquez followed. We drove out in tandem. The road stretched narrow between fields of scrub. Moon low. Headlights off, so our approach wouldn't spook anyone. At the bridge, 2 locals stood by their pickup, flashlights trained on the creek. One was a teenage boy, one an older man, perhaps his father. They waved us down. "I saw him," the boy said, voice trembling. "Saw a man walking on the bridge. Looked like he was limping." I stepped forward. "Was it Joshua Miller?" The man swallowed. "Don't know the name, just a guy, pale face." He stared at me, then dropped into the water below. I swept my light across the concrete span. No one there. The water shone black. No ripple, no body. "Describe him," I said. The boy shook. "Tall, thin, coat hanging open. He just walked off the edge like he knew it was there." I crouched by the railing, looked over. The creek roared low beneath us. Dry banks, scattered rocks. If someone fell, they'd be bruised, broken. No splash, no sound. I radioed dispatch. "Echo 52, negative on Miller. Subject not found in creek. Recommend sonar sweep." They copied. I stood. The locals had retreated to their truck. I shone my light downstream. Silence. I thought of the well, the barn, the cave in Halverson, places that opened into darkness and took what they wanted. I turned back. The boy stared at the railing. "He was gone when I looked again," the boy whispered. I nodded. "Thank you." We left them trembling beneath the bridge. Back in the truck, Marquez switched on the scanner. The static was gone. The unit silent. I tapped the side. "You think it heard me?" She shook her head. "Don't know. Let's just run the sonar team in the morning." I didn't answer. Stared at the bridge receding in the headlights. At 2:30 a.m., the sonar team arrived. I walked them through the call. They deployed the equipment from a small inflatable boat. I watched the screen in the back of their truck. A grainy echo sound image of the creek bed. Rocks, debris, nothing out of place. No sign of a body, no anomaly. One tech frowned. "This creek's shallow. If he fell, we'd see something." I nodded. Or he never fell. They exchanged glances. I stepped away. The night grew colder. I jammed hands in pockets. I thought of the Turner barn's concrete seal, of the well site's emptiness, of a ranch hand lost to dry wind. I thought of that child's warning. The hole is hungry. My phone buzzed, Mother's call. I ignored it. I logged out at 4 a.m., the station empty again. I grabbed the scanner and the sonar team's report. I slid into my truck. The scanner powered on, static, then a single phrase. "You're late." I jerked. The radio dropped to silence. I flipped switches. dead. I pressed my palm to the dash. Heat from my skin. I drove toward home with the scanner in my lap. The road stretched endless. No other cars. The scanner whispered my name in static. Echo 52? Echo 52. I pulled over, moonlight on the hood. I stepped out, scanner in hand. I pointed it at the sky. "What do you want?" I yelled. Silence. Then the wind picked up, scattering leaves. I heard a faint drip, water echoing in the night. I followed the sound to a culvert beneath the road. Water trickled. I knelt. The scanner buzzed. I shone my light in. Blackness. I dropped the scanner. It clattered in the dirt, still humming. I backed away. The drip continued. I drove home without the scanner. At home, my wife was gone. The porch light off. I stepped inside, the house dark. I flicked through rooms, empty. I checked my phone, no messages. I sank onto the couch. I thought of the culvert strip, the Turner trapdoor, the well, the cave, the bridge. All openings, all hungry. I closed my eyes, tried to sleep. In the hush, I heard it. A slow scrape from beneath the floorboards. I sat bolt upright, heart hammering. I grabbed my flashlight, shone at the living room floor. Nothing. The boards looked normal. I knelt, ran a hand along the seam. It was slightly raised. I pressed. The floor shifted, barely. I stood. Adrenaline. I grabbed a chair, pried at the seam. A section lifted, revealing darkness. A narrow crawl space. I shone my light inside. Dirt floor, roots, the faint glint of something metallic. I pressed my ear to the opening. Silence. Then a soft click, like a latch. The darkness beyond seemed to exhale. I stepped back. My hands shook. I closed the panel, hammered it with the chair, locked it in place. I backed away, whispered, "Not here." I climbed into bed, pulled covers tight. The house sighed around me. Silence returned, thick, waiting. I didn't sleep. At 5:47, I rose, made coffee. The scanner lay on the porch, gone. I stepped outside, grass undisturbed, no sign it had been there. I poured coffee, black, bitter. I stared at the yard, the sealed barn in my rear view, the hidden trapdoor beneath my floor, the hungry hole. I know what's coming, and it's waiting. My shift starts at 10 a.m., but I've been awake since before dawn. The house feels wrong, like the floor's secret breathing just beneath my boots. I dress in uniform, no radio, no scanner. I leave both at the station. I need to think without static whispers. At 10:05, I'm in the briefing room. Sheriff Daniels looks up from the daily blotter. "Anything overnight?" I shake my head. "Routine calls only." He nods. "Keep me posted on the Miller sonar." I mutter, "Will do." I catch Marquez's eye. She raises hers. Concern, or is it warning? By 11, I'm back on Joshua Miller's file. I flip through photos, the empty truck, the water bottle, the well. I trace each image with my fingertip. The edges are crisp, the emptiness within them is not. Dispatch pages me. New tip. Possible sighting of child from Turner Ranch in van. I grab my coat. Marquez joins me without asking. We drive to the address, a trailer park 5 miles north. Neon sign flickers. Willow Creek Estates. We knock on a door. A teenage girl answers, pale, wide-eyed. She clutches a stuffed rabbit. I show badge. "We're looking into a missing child from Turner Ranch. Have you seen her?" She shakes. I thought it was a dream. I saw her in my backyard last night." I step inside. She leads me to a sliding glass door. Backyard overgrown. She points. She stood right there by the fence. I scan the yard. No footprints, no sign, just grass and moonlight. The girl whispers. She looked at me. Didn't speak, just stared. Then she walked through the fence. I look through chain link. Nothing but dark field beyond. I turn back. The girl is gone, vanished into the trailer. Marquez stands beside me. No one here but you and me. I nod. Let's go. We return to the station. I log the sighting. I don't mention the girl's rabbit or the stain on her sleeve, rust-colored like the barn shirt. At 1 p.m., the sonar report arrives negative. No Miller in the creek. The file gains another no sign stamp. I close it. I drive out to the Halverson property next. The county fence surrounds the lot. A warning sign, restricted. Hazard. I slip through a gap I found last year. The ground still heaves faintly, those 28-day tremors they recorded. I stand above the buried cave. Concrete scar dull in the sun. I kneel, press my palm. The ground hums beneath my hand. I pull back, heart kicking. I dig in my pocket, the child's notebook from Turner. Last page folded, a pressed flower inside. I unfold the girl's handwriting. They bloom in the dark. Don't let them out. A dried petal flutters away in the breeze. I drop the notebook. It lands on the concrete. I step on it. The petal crushes. Dust blows into the gap. I cover my mouth. The wind carries a faint creak. Wood against wood. I spin. Nothing. I leave. At 5 p.m., I return to the station. Daniels asks, "Status?" "Nothing new." I lie. He nods. I watch him walk away. The weight of open cases hangs between us. I head to my desk. The scanner sits there, powered on, a static flickering across the display. I never brought it back from home. I click it off. The static cuts. I click on. Static returns. I drop it. It hums. I leave for patrol at 6. The county roads stretch empty. I pass the Turner barn in my headlights, sealed concrete glowing pale. I slow. The beam catches a crack in the surface. A thin line, hairline fracture. I kill the lights, move closer. The crack widens slightly, impossibly, like something pressing from below. I step back. The crack snaps shut. I kill the engine. Silence. I drive on. At 8 p.m., a call. Disturbance at a hog farm outside Terrell. I roll in alone. The farmer, shaking, says he heard children laughing in the pens, but no children live there. I shine my light into the sty. Pigs grunt. No laughter. I step onto the mud. Footprints, small, barefoot, leading between the stalls, then ending. I bag the print in my mind. I walk the perimeter. Nothing. I leave, uneasy. I drive home at 10. The road is empty. I pass the old well site. The flashlight bottle is gone. In its place, a single boot, mud-caked, child's size. I stop, park, step out. The boot lies on the gravel. No owner. I pick it up. Mud falls away, revealing a name scrawled inside. Maggie. My heart stops. I drop the boot. It hits the ground with a hollow thud. I pick it again. The name glares at me. Maggie, the Turner girl. I clutch the boot, drive the rest of the way home without headlights. I burst inside. My wife startles. "What is it?" I hold up the boot. She pales. Where did you get that?" I shake. "On County Road 7, by the well." She steps back. "Call the sheriff." I nod. I dial Daniels. Voice cracks. "Sheriff, it's Hastings. We have a boot, a child's boot." He says, "Stay there." I'm on my way. I hang up. The boot lies on the kitchen floor. I stare at it. The house breathes, silence thick as concrete. I think they're closing in. The hungry hole, the cave, the crack, the boot, they're all connected. And I've led them here. I clutch the boot. Black coffee forgotten on the counter. I whisper, "Maggie." No answer, just the hum of the house, and the crack in the Turner seal waiting to open. The kitchen light glares over Maggie's boot on the linoleum floor. I can't look away. Its sole is worn, mud crusted in the treads. I crouch, press a fingertip into the mud. It flakes away, revealing scuffs and a tiny tear at the heel. I think of the Turner Barnes shirt, blood rust stain on the collar, the child's notebook. Mommy says the hole is hungry. Now this boot. Sirens wail in the distance. Sheriff Daniels arriving. I stand, pocket the boot, and head outside. The night air is thick, humid. Crickets chirp. The porch light flickers. Daniels steps out of his cruiser. His face is grave. "Show me," he says. I lead him inside, hold up the boot. He kneels, inspects it. Maggie's size. He whispers. He radios dispatch. "Missing person alert. Child." Turner case. "Boot recovered at well site." He looks at me. "You sure?" I nod. "Found it on the gravel where Joshua's truck tracks end." He straightens. "Let's move." We return to my truck. Daniel's in the passenger seat, boot on the dash. I kill the engine at the well site. Moonlight gleams on the open shaft. The ground around it is undisturbed, no fresh footprints. I shine my flashlight down the well. Black. I drop the boot into the mud at the rim. It falls with a dull plop. Daniels frowns. "You want me to call off the sonar?" I shake my head. "We need to see." He nods. Over the radio. "Sonar team, respond to well site 12, child's boot evidence." We wait. The night deepens. Wind stirs dust. My breath hitches. I think, what if she's already gone down there? What if the well never returns what it takes? The sonar techs arrive, set up gear. I watch the screen. The probe lowers into the shaft. Grainy images, rock, metal lining, then darkness. At 80 feet, a shape, rectangular, hovers in the beam. Tech zooms in. It's the boot lodged on a ledge 15 feet down. No child, no body, just the boot. I radio in. Boot confirmed at depth, no other contacts. Daniels clamps a hand on my shoulder. "We'll get her." He doesn't sound hopeful. They winch the boot up. It emerges muddied, as before. I bag it. The well yawns, silent. I feel its hunger. Back at the station, we place the boot in evidence. Maggie's photo sits beside it. Her smiling face, curls, framing wide eyes, the contrast makes me sick. I close the case file drawer, the boot inside, the notebook and shirt in other drawers. Each file a silent coffin. Daniels motions me into his office. He closes the door. "Hastings, what the hell is happening?" I shrug. "I don't know. Holes, they open, they take." He rubs his temples. "We've got 2 missing now. Adult, child, no bodies, no clues, except holes." I lean back. "We sealed 2. Turner Barn, Halverson Cave, but they cracked beneath my floor. Now the well." He glances at the scanner on my desk. "That thing still talking to you?" I nod. It said, "You're late." Then, "Seal it." He shakes his head. "We stick to procedure. We seal. We search. We hope." I look at him. "Hope's running out." He stands. "Get some rest. Tomorrow we expand grid on the well, and we reopen Turner site perimeter." I nod, leave his office. In the hallway, the scanner hums softly, though it's off. I step around it. I drive home at 2 a.m. The road is empty. I pass the Turner barn. The seal crack is gone, concrete flawless, as if it never fractured. I slow, stare. The barn seems to watch me. I drive on. At home, I sleep in clothes, boots by the bed, phone on the nightstand. I wake at 5:30 a.m. Dream fragments. Maggie's boot, the well breathing. A child's voice whispering from below. I dress, grab coffee. The scanner lies on the porch, back where I left it days ago. I pick it up. Power on, static, then clear. Morning deputy. I jerk. The voice is mine, distorted. I hit power off. Silence. I pocket the scanner, head to the station. Morning briefing at 8. Daniels outlines plans. Dive team at the well, perimeter at Turner, Aerial drone over Halverson. I volunteer for Turner. I need to see it. I need to know. At 10, we converge at the barn. Engineers break away the concrete seal. Marquez and I watch as jackhammers chip through. Dust billows. Beneath, the wooden trapdoor appears, splintered. We open it. Cold air rushes up, smelling of damp earth and rot. A ladder descends into black. I climb down first. Each rung creaks. At the bottom, a narrow tunnel, walls of packed soil, roots overhead. I sweep my light forward. The beam catches something, a smear of red, rust, dried blood, on the wall. I crouch, trace it with a gloved finger, sticky. I bag a swab in evidence. Tunnel slopes downward. I follow. My radio crackles weakly, Marquez above. I broadcast position. She acknowledges. I move on. 15 feet in, the tunnel opens into a low chamber. The beam reveals 3 objects arranged in a triangle on the dirt floor. Maggie's other boot, the Turner child's shirt, and Joshua Miller's water bottle. My stomach twists. Each item from a separate case. I step closer. The circle of objects glows in my light. I kneel. The air is still. I feel watched. I whisper, "Why?" No answer. I sweep beyond the triangle. The chamber extends into darkness. I step forward. The ground dips. I crest a rise. A deeper pit. At its center, a shallow pool of water. The surface ripples, though no breeze stirs. I shine my light on it. Reflection. My face. Hollow. Haunted. I lean in. The water is icy. I see shapes beneath. Dark forms. Swirling. I cough. Step back. The tunnel behind me trembles. Dust falls from roots. The beam flickers. Radio. Marquez's voice, urgent. Echo 52, status. I grip the beam. I found evidence from all cases. There's a chamber, water, static. Then, get out now. Marquez's voice, panicked. I stand. The water ripples faster. Something moves beneath. A shape glides, long, thin. I can't make it out. Fear coils in my gut. I back toward the ladder. The tunnel shakes. A low groan echoes. Roots snap overhead. Dirt falls. I climb. Each rung slick with mud. I hurtle up. At the trapdoor, I shove it closed. My shoulder slams the wood. Marquez and Daniels pull me out. I gasp, covered in soil. Daniels slams the hatch. Engineers pour concrete, fast. The chamber seals with a final thud. I stagger back, coat torn, hands shaking. Marquez hands me my radio. "You okay?" I nod, voice gone. I watch concrete fill the space. The barn floor smooths over again. Silence. I think of Maggie's face. Joshua's smile. The Turner shirt. The cave. The well. All holes filled. All evidence buried. I feel sick. Daniels claps me on the back. Good work. I manage a nod. But inside, I know. Ceiling only hides. It doesn't end. The hunger remains. I return to the station. File reports. The new seal logged, evidence tagged, questions unresolved, files left open. I sit at my desk. The scanner lies beside me. I power it on. Static, then clear. Thank you. My blood runs cold. I hit power off. Silence returns. I exhale. The station hums. The files wait, the holes wait, and I wait too, because I'm the deputy who hears what's not said, sees what's not there, and carries the silence for those who never came home. I wake, sweating in the dark of my bedroom. The concrete beneath the Turner barn still vibrates in my bones. My uniform is folded on the chair, stained with mud and damp earth. I lie still, listening to the house breathe. No scanner, no radio, just the hum of the air conditioner and the distant trill of cicadas. My heart pounds against ribs stiff from yesterday's crawl through that tunnel. The clock reads 2:17 a.m. I should sleep. I need sleep. But sleep means dreams of empty wells, granite cold water, and the shapes writhing beneath the surface. I swing my legs onto the floor. Boots waiting. I pull them on. Jacket. I pocket my badge and gun, but leave the radio behind. I don't want any voices telling me what to hear. I step into the hallway. The floor panel is sealed. No secret crawl space. I run a hand over the wood, solid, unbroken. I turn away. Outside, the night is thick. I climb into my truck. Engine idles. I drive without headlights down County Road 7. The asphalt gleams with dew. The well site lies 2 miles east. I pull in. The cement seal glares white in the beam of my truck's fog lights. I kill the engine. The world goes silent. I step onto the concrete apron. The beam of my flashlight cuts a tunnel of yellow. I walk the perimeter. No footprints. No sign of yesterday's sonar team, just my own breath fogging in the air. I kneel at the rim. The metal collar of the well stands cold. I press fingertips to the seal. It hums faintly, like a pulse. I sit back on my heels. The pulse slows. Silence. I rise. I circle the well. My light catches something embossed in the cement, an imprint of boot treads, too crisp to be 6 hours old. They match Maggie's boot. I crouch. The imprint is shallow, as if weight pressed briefly, then lifted. No smear, no debris, as if the boot never left the surface. I stand, whisper, "Not possible." I step back. The imprint fades in the beam. Gone. The concrete smooth. I blink. The well sits empty. I feel my chest tighten. I snap a photo with my phone. The image shows smooth cement, no imprint. I pocket the phone. My radio crackles in my mind. Echo 52, Echo 52. I shake it off. I drive to the station. At 4 a.m., I'm in the evidence room. Boots locked away, shirt and notebook in drawers. The chamber seal report signed. I stand before the closed Turner file cabinet. I slide open the drawer. Files labeled Miller, Turner, Halverson. I pull them out, line them on the table. Photos, reports, evidence tags. I spread them like a researcher mapping patterns. Joshua's missing adult file, truck, well, boot, water bottle. Maggie's file, shirt, notebook, boots, barn trap door. Halverson file, badge, recorder, cave, seismic data. I tap each photo, the cave's tunnel, the barn's trapdoor, the well's rim, each site sealed with concrete, each seal cracked, reopened, revealing more horror. Each item arranged in a triangle in that underground chamber. I press fingertips to the photos. My reflection wavers in the plastic. Hollow. I think 3 cases, 3 sets of holes, 3 triangles of evidence, the shape of an old death cult. Number. I'm not dealing with cults. I'm dealing with places that want to be hidden, and things that want to stay buried. I close the files. I lock them. I step back. The cabinet hums in the fluorescent light. By 5:30, deputies arrive for the morning shift. I brief Marquez in hushed tones. Well, imprint gone, cabinet files locked, no new leads. She frowns. You look like hell. I force a nod. I'll be fine. I move to my desk. The scanner sits there, off. I leave it. I need clarity, not static voices. At 7 a.m., the station doors open. I check voicemail, mother of Joshua, frantic. Turner father's call, distraught. Halverson widow, silent. I return none. I can't speak until I have answers. Speaking breaks the silence. Silence is all we have. Shift begins at 8 a.m. I patrol County Road 151. At 9:15 a.m., I pass the Turner barn, sealed, silent. I kill the engine, step out. The morning sun warms the concrete. I kneel. The crack is gone, the seal perfect. I place a hand on it. The surface vibrates under my palm, almost imperceptibly, like a living thing beneath. I press harder. The vibration ceases. I stand. I hear my radio crackle. Echo 52, come in. I answer. Go ahead. Dispatch. Report of footprints near Sand Creek Bridge again. My stomach twists. I'm on it. I drive south. At the bridge, locals stand, pale. The teenage boy, from before points. Here. He's shaking. I saw her again. He nods toward water. I scan. No footprints on the bridge. On the far bank, in mud, I see faint prints, child size, leading into bushes. I step down. The mud yields under my boot. The prints stop at the water's edge. No sign of departure. I run fingers through mud. No drag marks, no disturbance. I bag a mud sample. I stand at the railing. Listen to creak. No splash, no whisper. Just water flowing over rocks. I taste copper in the air. I picture that underground pool, the shapes writhing beneath. I step back. I radio dispatch. Echo 52. Footprints at bridge. No subject. Collecting sample. They copy. Marquez arrives. She shines her light on the prints. Same as before. I nod. They're taunting us. She shivers. Let's get the kids out of here. We leave. I glance back. The bridge stands empty, haunted by absence. At 11 o'clock, I meet the dive team at the well site again. They bring a remote camera this time, a crawler with lights. We lower it into the shaft. I watch the screen, cement lining, pipe brackets, then darkness. The camera drops past the boot ledge, nothing but smooth walls. Depth, 120 feet. At 135 feet, the camera tilts into a side tunnel, narrow, rough-hewn. The beam illuminates packed earth, roots, and then a glint of metal, a badge, rusted. The team retrieves it. Sheriff Erickson's badge from Halverson case. I stare. How did it get here? It should have stayed sealed in evidence. I bag the badge, hands shake. I step back. The dive tech thumbs camera up. Tunnel beyond extends into black. The camera feed dies. Signal lost. We reel it up. The shaft echoes with silence. I radio dispatch. Echo 52. Badge recovered at 135 feet in well shaft. Tunnel present. Recommend caving team. They copy. I watch the badge in the bag. Sheriff Erickson of Clearwater County. His name glints in tarnished metal. I close my eyes. I leave the well. I drive to Halverson site. The county fence stands, new environmental hazard signs posted. I slip through. Ground tremors beneath my boots. I kneel atop the sealed cave. Concrete scar, cool. I press hand. The tremor echoes, soft, rhythmic. I stand. Listen. The earth hums. I tap the concrete. We found your badge. No answer. I leave. At 2 p.m., I return to the station. Daniels meets me at the door. Badge of Erickson in the well? I nod. And prints at the bridge? He exhales. This is bigger than one county. I look at him. It's bigger than us. He glances at the scanner. You still using that? I shake head. Left it off. He nods. Good. We head to the conference room. Files spread across the table. Turner, Miller, Halverson. Now Erickson's badge, new badge tag. I place it next to the triangle of evidence from the tunnel. 4 points. A tetrahedron of loss. Daniels leans in. We need outside help. State Police, FBI Swallow. They'll seal it permanently. He nods. They'll quarantine the sites, bring specialists. I close my eyes. I think of the child's voice. Mommy says the hole is hungry. I think of the shapes in that pit pool. I think of Erickson's final whisper. Seal it up. I open my eyes. They'll seal it, but it won't stop. Daniels frowns. What do you mean? I point at the files. Evidence moves, holes reopen, it finds a way. He looks at the wall map. Pins in 3 counties. He sighs. We contain what we can. I nod. And what we can't, we remember. That night, I return home. The house is dark. I turn on the porch light, step inside. The floor panel is solid. I don't check it. I go to the living room. On the coffee table, a single item. Erickson's recorder. cracked and silent. I didn't bring it. It must have been delivered from evidence. I pick it up. The lens of my flashlight flickers off the glass. I hold it close. 11:53 p.m., February 1997. Erickson's final hours. I press play, nothing. Dead. I set it down. The house hums. The recorder clicks as if winding. I step back. It ticks once. Then silence. I whisper, "Not again." I leave it. I climb into bed. Sleep eludes me. The shapes in the pit, the tremor, the badges, the boot, the notebook, the hunger. I wake to the smell of coffee and concrete. My head throbs. The bedroom floor vibrates faintly, as if something breathes beneath the house. I sit up. The morning sun slants through blinds, cutting stripes across my chest. The recorder lies on the nightstand, silent. I reach for it. The display flickers. 11:53 p.m. I press play, static, then a faint pulse of breathing, and nothing more. The file is gone. I throw back the covers, stand, boots on, jacket zipped. I step into the hallway. The floor panel is solid, no trap. I exhale. Maybe it was never there. Maybe it was always in my mind. In the kitchen, the coffee pot gurgles. I pour a mug, black. I carry it to the living room. Files from the conference lie stacked. Turner, Miller, Halverson. Erickson's badge on top, the recorder beside it. I stare at the badge, tarnished metal. 7 years lost. Now another layer of mystery. I pick up Maggie's boot, place it next to the badge, then the ranch hand's water bottle, then the child's shirt. 4 items, 4 points. The missing, arranged in silence. I sip coffee, taste oil and dust. I think of the Turner child's words, "They bloom in the dark, don't let them out." I think of Joshua's mother waiting. I think of Erickson's widow tending her porch light. I think of the emptiness that follows every call. My radio crackles unexpectedly. Echo 52, final check. The voice is calm. Marquez. I grab the handset. Go. She says, "We sealed 3 sites. State police arrived today to seal permanent." I nod, though she can't see. "And the tunnel chamber?" "Concrete set, no entry." I exhale. "Good." Silence. Then, "You okay?" I look at the badge, the boot, the bottle, the shirt. "No," I admit, "not really." She says, "Neither am I." I close my eyes, the weight in my chest, old grief, fresh fear. I open them. "We'll keep watch," she replies, "always." I click off. I place the radio on the table. The hum of the house fills the space. I finish coffee. I stand, gather the 4 items. I walk outside into bright morning. The porch light clicks off behind me. I carry evidence to my truck. At the Turner barn, engineers remove the last equipment. The concrete seal is perfect. I lay the child's shirt on the surface. It flutters, then settles. I step back. The barn watches me. At the well site, I place the boot on the rim, the concrete cool. I step away. The boot stays. At Halverson, I lay the water bottle on the seal. The sun glints off the mud-streaked glass. I leave it. At the sheriff's station, I place the badge and recorder in the evidence locker. The drawer closes with a click. 4 sites, 4 items, all sealed, all left behind. I walk into the station. At my desk, I open a fresh file. Echo 52 personal log. I type, April 9th, 03:47 a.m. Evidence of 4 lost souls collected and returned to sealed places. No bodies, no closure. Silence remains. I carry their absence with me. I keep watch, because someone has to. I saved the entry. I lean back. The station hums. The files sit in drawers. The earth holds its secrets beneath concrete scars. I stand, shoulder my coat. I step outside into the morning. The world is bright, ordinary, but I know what lies beneath. hollows that hunger, tunnels that echo, wells that breathe, barns that watch. I climb into my truck. Engine rumbles. I pull onto County Road 7. The horizon stretches empty. I drive into the sun, and I listen for the next silence, the next absence, the next hunger. Because this is my beat now, and silence is all I have left to give.